Devi sai, non c'è per
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulman Rahim here. Mention the covenant. Break our 7 seals. Fear. Let's talk a little bit about fear, brothers and sisters. You know, years ago, I guess it was like, had a contract up in Indiana. And I was working on this project. I take child support or something, right? There was a sister there, young sister. And I guess you'd call herself a preacher or something, right? And she's a nice lady, right? And she tried to come down to me with that, the Christian spiel. And I thought, I said, something, you gotta be careful with that because you tell children that, do you understand the impact that has on children? That you tell them that they can go to hell and never, they don't believe in it. You have oh man, I don't do that. Yes, you do that. You do that. Because that's what you teach them. Do you have an impact what it has on a real, a young mind, innocent mind, a weak mind, actually, because it's not strong enough to handle anything like that. It's like you give a baby, he's like 2 years old, and you drop 50 pounds on him. He can't handle that. You're gonna get a hernia. You're gonna break something. You can't handle that. That's what you do, and you mess people up. Cause that happened to me. And I thought about that the other day. I really thought about that deep. I said, something. Because I was, I look in the past. I keep looking forward because I said, man, I look in the past, man. You start looking in the past, regretting all that kind of stuff. Man, you start bumping into things. If you're walking forward, looking backwards, I said, because I'd be too depressed. Because there's nothing in my past that makes me happy. So I don't look at it. I look toward the future, right? And like I was a thinking child, right? So my mother dropped on, she dropped, or whoever dropped that on me, about if you don't believe in Jesus, you're going to hell. And that was like a drop atomic bomb on me. I'm thinking, so what the hell? Go to hell forever, never, never. And it really, I never, I never thought about it that deeply because I said, I don't look back in the past. I said, something? I didn't realize that I didn't realize that then. I didn't realize it until I'm thinking about it right now that had, my whole life was driven by that. Because I remember, before, it was 2 events that happened. First, I got the knowledge of how the universe works. That's before I got injured. I was about the same time. Because I remember I kept trying to figure out how the universe works. All my life trying to figure out. And it was like, driving me crazy. I was doing math, I was doing everything. I said, there got to be some math, some principle behind this, right? And I remember I was running around in the park in New Jersey. And I used to run every day, right? And it hit me. Pressure. Pressure is the driving force. And me in my mind, like, ooh, it's like somebody lifted 50,000 pounds off my mind. Because I didn't realize I've been carrying that around for all those damn years, for 40-some years. All that weight was on my mind. And when that hit me, all of a sudden, and I had something I could work with. Because I was always trying to find out, what the hell, what's this about? You die and you go to hell and all that stuff. And I was trying to figure, there's got to be something, I got to understand this thing, because, I can't make no mistake. I don't want to be in hell forever, never, never. And that was driving me. I didn't realize it until that happened. And I thought about it the other day. I said, oh, you know something? Because I was so under so much pressure, right? That I didn't think about why I was under the pressure. I was just trying to figure out, get this off my mind, because that dropped on me. And ever since, I was just driving. And like I said, my parents, when they passed, and I said, let me look at the Bible. I got to figure out I don't know. My father passed when I was 14. I had no idea what was going on. My mother passed when I was 9. Me and my little sister, I had no idea what was going on. No idea what was going on, how this world works, anything, nothing. all I knew is I was gonna go to hell forever, never, never if I didn't do the right thing. And I said, I don't know what the right thing is. Oh man, whew. And that drove me, and that was that pressure in my mind. And I think, but all my decision thing was always back to that. That was what was driving it. It didn't really occur to me until I was there. I said, that was what was driving everything. That's why I said, I always wanted to do the right thing. I remember saying it the other day. I said, that's why I always want to do the right thing. Because I don't want to make any mistakes, but I didn't know what was the right thing. So I said, well, that's what drove me to the Bible. You know what I'm saying? I said, well, why did I pick the Bible? Because it was it came together. All it came together. It was that thing that dropped me when I was a child. All came together. Why I chose the Bible, why I went through the right thing, I went through all the things I was doing, right? Because I was trying to get that pressure off my mind, because that drove me. And see, the same thing. See, some people not able to do that. And some people, it cripples them. It paralyzes their brain as a child. And so the only way they can survive it is like either just accept it and hold on, or just reject it, or just to find some kind of way to cope with it. And that's one of the vectors our people are under. And it just hit me the other day. I said, I said, damn, that was the driving force. And I was telling my sister, right, I didn't even think about it at the time. I said, do you understand when you put the pressure you're putting on people, on their mind? And I didn't even relate it back to myself. And I said, I said, wow, that was the driving force. Because I've been saying all the time, sometimes you say things, you don't realize you're saying it. I was saying, hey man, I said, I had to look at the Bible. With me, look at the Bible. I said, I always want to do the right thing, right? Why did I want to do that? Because that was driving me. I was afraid, fear. They put so much fear in me with that bullshit that it took me 40-some damn years. But the point is that pressure got me to figure out how the universe works. Damn. Ooh. I'm saying, I said, oh, well, if they had done that, I wouldn't have learned that, got that. And then that helped me with the angel, because angel's all based on pressure and factors and math. Because without that, some things I wouldn't be able to do with the angel. So all things came together. But I said, I wouldn't want to go through that again. Because I remember, man, I was like under extreme pressure all my life, all my youth. Under extreme pressure, I was driven, right? And I wasn't happy, right? And I was in total fear. I didn't know it. I was in total fear of going to hell forever, never, never. Didn't know it. Didn't know it. Didn't know what was driving it until I figured out. And I figured it was all bullshit. But that's the pressure that caused. Now I'm saying pressure causes you to transform. And you might like the pressure, you might like, but I said, if I hadn't done, if it wasn't for that fear, I wouldn't know what I know now. I said, I don't like this process. That's the way it is. And that's just the way it is. I don't like it. Because I don't want to think about that. Because every time I think about it, I get really depressed. That's the only thing that depressed me, when I think about all those damn years I went through that mental pressure. And it was mental pressure daily. And I didn't realize that's what it was that was driving it. Fear. They put fear in us. And some people are broken by that fear. If fear transformed me, but some people it breaks. It breaks their mind. And so that's why you see them acting the way they're acting. Oh man, Jesus, help you. Because they scared to death. They scared to death. And they may be going to hell. And nothing you could say, they want to hear it, they want to hear it. That's why they're acting like that. I remember when I was with the messenger, right? And I was selling Muhammad Speak newspaper, right? And I think on Halsey Street, I think it was, in Chicago. And this brother, a young brother, I was a young brother too at the time. I was about 23, 24, something like that, right? But a young brother, he used to walk down the street like, I don't know if you've seen old doctor bags, right? Like doctor bag. He used to walk down the street with that. He had did he have a suit on? I think he had suit pants on and a shirt, open shirt, right? And he walked down the street. He was a little big tall. Well, I'm not that tall, right? But he was, anyway. So I guess he was in his late 20s maybe. And he'd be just walking down the street hollering about Jesus. So when I see people like that, I always talk to them. I just want to know what's going on, right? So when I cut in the bread, I said, "Brother, what's going on, brother?" So he turned and he sat down and talked to me. He said, "You know something?" He says, "I was walking down the street one day," and he says, "all of a sudden, man, like my eyes, like scales fell on my eyes, and I saw a vision of Jesus." I forgot exactly what he told me, something along those lines. And so he thought that that's what he's supposed to be doing, just calling Jesus' name. And that's all he would do is walk up and down the street with that doctor's, I don't know what he had in it. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Yeah. Because the Bible says, if you receive the knowledge of the kingdom but don't understand it, a visible flame follows you up. That's the same thing. See? I mean, that's where I see it. So, you know, I run to, you know, I run to a lot of people. I ran this brother at the gym not so long ago. He's one of those, what do you call those guys? I forgot they was, remember they was in Philly and they bombed them, whatever. What do they call those people? I forgot what they call them. And he come to the gym, man. And, they had a movement. What they call those folks? I don't know if they had braids or not, but they used to wear like a military uniform. I forgot what they call those people. I remember they had there was like Go Back to Africa movement or whatever. There was a whole bunch of families, all that kind of stuff. The move movement or something like that, right? Whatever. And he come to the gym, and I come to him one day, right? Because he come in with his military uniform and everything. I come in one day, so I was talking to him. Yeah, man, we the movement or whatever. He was telling me about the biomarker stuff. So I said, well, you know, we're the true seed of Abraham, right? And well, no, not really, because I said, well, the Bible says, yeah, it says history is repeating itself. We're just going through what they went through. He couldn't make the connect. You know, so anyway, fear. Our people in a state of fear now. I said that the other day, but I don't think I said it clear enough. Our people are in a state of fear right now. They've been in a state of fear for, I said, we're going to change that fear over to them. Because when you lose control, you have fear. And so the thing is that when my parents told me, or whoever told me that, I had no control of myself, because somebody's going to put me in hell forever and ever, and I can't control it. And that was the source of my fear. I didn't realize it, because our people are in a state of fear right now. They fear this, they feel cops, they feel going to jail, they feel this, they feel all this kind of state of fear. And that's where they're at. And they don't want to piss the devils off, because the devils could come after them. And they don't even realize it. And I didn't realize I was in a state of fear. All those damn years, man, all that, you can't imagine what I went through. I mean, the pressures on me was so intense. I'm surprised I survived it. I didn't think I was going to get past 50 years old. Because, I mean, like I said, when I was in Vietnam, I was smoking that reefer there, and that's the only thing that alleviated that fear. I didn't realize why I was smoking so much of that stuff. Well, I was just smoking that stuff crazy, because I kind of like put my mind someplace else, because before that, man, I was just constantly trying to figure out what the hell is going on, what's going on, how does this thing work, why am I here? I didn't ask to be here, now I'm going to hell forever, never, never, without ending on it. Man, damn. You see? And I was smoking that stuff, right? And that's probably why I was smoking it. And that might be why people are on drugs and stuff. See, I tell you, that's why I say study vectors. Study vectors, because vectors is the language of force and pressure. And that fear is what we're going to put on them. Because when we come to knowledge, when you get to angel, you have knowledge of self, you have knowledge of how things work. That means you won't be fall for that bullshit no more. The fear is be gone, and now you're pushing the fear on them, because now they lose control and they put that fear back on them. You understand the math of it, brothers and sisters? Because they lose control. Right now they lose control. That's why they're something to feel. We got to take this back. We got to take that back. We got to have terrorists. We got to do all this stuff, because that's a reaction. Understand action, reaction. That's reaction to fear. That's reaction to fear. Oh man, we might lose America. We got to make America great again. Well, if he's telling you he'll make America great again, what if he can't? Because he's telling you America's not great right now. And so he's got to do it. So you got to depend on him. What if he can't do it? Then what does that mean? You understand? Pay attention to the language. That's how people in a state of fear right now. They don't have control. Right? The devils have control of us. And we have very little control of ourselves. That's what we actually feel. We have very little control of ourselves. Angel gave me control of myself. I don't need to be doing any of this. I don't need to be doing this. I know exactly where to go, what to do. I don't need to be doing this. Right? I have control of my mind. I have control of my body. I don't need to be doing any of this. I'm doing this as sacrifice. Right? And for who? Not even for the Shabbats. For the Levites. See? And they don't even appreciate it. And then you got, man, I don't want to get into that. Because, stupid people, a stupid person is like, say you got a bomb, and they playing with it because they don't know it's a bomb. They playing around with it. And other people know it's a bomb, they getting away. This fool playing with it. He won't find out it's a bomb to blow his damn head off. And that's where stupid people are. They don't understand how the world works. So they playing, don't have understand consequence of stuff. They playing, that's the devil. So they become stupid now. That's why I say the wise, they destroy the wisdom because now they in the stupidity. Because they don't, Trump said he can't change things. He don't understand how things work. So he's stupid. He's playing with something he can't, it's going to blow up in his face. You see? And you got stupid people like that. And so they do things, and the thing is that you don't be dealing with stupid. And stupid people always think they know more than anybody else. And, oh, I know what I'm doing, right? Until it blows up in your damn face. See? And you got someone here that made ultimate sacrifice, because this is sacrifice. It said that's why they call him the lamb. You sacrifice the lamb, right? And some of the blood, I mean, how do you get blood? You got to bleed to get blood, right? So the blood of the lamb, they watch some blood. How do they get the blood? They had to get out the sacrifice of the lamb. And then that person who all this makes sacrifice for you, and then you lie to him? See, I don't forgive anybody that lies to me, because when you lie, see, if you lie, unless you're enemies, right? And maybe I am your enemy, right? So if somebody lying to you, it means they consider you the enemy, or they consider you a dumb and fool. They don't have any respect for you. Have no respect for you at all. And if you tolerate that, it's like nobody can ride your back unless you bend over. So if you tolerate that, you will get more of it. That's why it says in Angel, it says all liars, all liars. Because you can't tolerate a lie, you can't believe a lie. You can find forgiveness if you're not a liar. I told people this long ago. I says, when the shit hit the fan, and people know that you a man of your word, you keep your word, you're a woman of your word, you keep your word, you know you're not a liar. And you say, I made a mistake, I didn't know any better, I'm never going to do it again, I'm with you 100%. And you can believe that person because you know they're not a liar. So you might say, okay, well, I forgive you because you know their word is solid and they're not going to make that mistake anymore. You forgive that person. You can't forgive that person because you know you're not going to have that problem anymore. But the person that's lying, man, how can you? Oh yeah, well, how know you telling the truth? I ain't gonna waste time with your dumb ass. Get the hell out of here. Because you a liar. That's a dangerous thing to be a liar. Especially if you claim to be and everything to do with this angel. You're true. See? About all liars. You cannot trust a liar. That's why it says, one of the first things they tell you when you join Islam, Nation of Islam, word is bond and bond is life, and you give your life before your word will fail, and I believe that 100%. Anybody knows me, even if people don't like me, they know if I put my word out there, it's going to happen, no matter what. You know? I remember when I came back from Demon Island, right? Had no job, no money, nothing, right? Had nothing. And I came, and I got my daughter, right? And she had just turned, I think, 18 at the time or something like that. I promised, I said, when you get 17, 18, I'm going to buy you a car. Get you a car, right? And so, Let me see how did that work. Okay, I didn't have a contract or anything like that. I was off. I had been in jail. I was locked down for 3 years, so I had nothing. In fact, only way I got back, because the company that I got the contract through to go out there, I was smart enough to say, hey, if anything happens, right, you pay my airfare to get back home. I was smart to otherwise. I'd been stuck. And so once I got out, and that was the other thing too. I had a laptop right there. It took my laptop from me, so I had to get my laptop back. That's the only thing I got back. It took everything else. I got my laptop back. And the number of the call company was in the laptop. I could not remember that, my password on the laptop. I said, oh, damn, how am I going to get home? I had no money. I couldn't remember the password on the laptop, right? Because they had me locked up for I don't know how many months. And so what I did was I just closed my eyes, just let my fingers do the walking, and they did it. They came up with the laptop. They came with the password. That's what happened, simple as not. And so I got to pay. I called immediately, boom. And they said, okay. And they sent me a ticket. That's how I got back home. So I got back home. And when I had left to Guam, right, I had at that time, I had it's not a BMW. What's the next thing down from BMW? German car. Whatever, it's the next one down from it, right? And so I gave my daughter, I said, okay, you can have it while I'm going, right? But that man had promised a new car. So when I got back, long story short, right? I had $2,000 saved up in a bank somewhere. I forgot I even had it there. And she was time to get her car, and I said, oh man, let me make sure I got that right, because I know, where's that $2,000 come from? Yeah, I think I had it, yeah. And I recall I had it. And I was looking to get another contract, right, because I had no money or anything, right? And so I said, oh man. So I took her down to the car shop, to the dealer, right? And my last $2,000, all I had money in the pocket. I went and got it. I could pay down that damn car. Brand new car. I got a brand new car. It was, I think it was a Nissan. No, I think it was a Toyota or something. Well, I forget. Brand new car. So even though they don't like me, my daughters, they know one thing they know about it. If I say I'm gonna do something, they know I'll do it, no matter what. I don't care. I say, well, oh man, I only got 2,000. I got another. Got the contract on. I said, no. Oh, I said, so okay, let's go. Says, I only got $2,000, but that'll do it. That'll make the down payment and everything, right? If I say I'm gonna do something, I'll do it. And if I make an appointment, I'm gonna be there on time. If I ain't on time, it's only because I'm dead or somebody locked me up. I say something, I'll do it, right? So you take people that go out there and they lie. You can't trust them. They can't trust themselves, actually. And stupid people always lie, right? And like I said, they mess with things. And here you got someone that's sacrificing their life. Because that was a sacrifice. I wouldn't want to go through those years again. And especially 30-some years of angel. And then I'm out here trying to, like, you're a drowning person. You're out here trying to save me, and they're going to drown you because they want calm down. Oh, I'm scared, right? And they end up drowning you too. So we're going brown sister with fear. But that fear they put in us, this Christianity stuff and everything else, oh, you better do away, be master, or he going to whoop your ass. Fear master, and then Master Jesus going to take care of your ass when you die. And one of the saddest things they would do. And you see, you may not understand, you can't understand this because you can't project yourself into that situation. You look at it from where you are right now. But here you are. They said the average, somebody was saying, the average lifespan was like 30 years old for a male slave because they worked them to death. And we saw those pictures, they look 90 years old, the guy's 30 years old. They'll bust your ass, and rape your mama, rape you, work you 24/7, fed you shit, and you went through all of that and beat you, whip you, and then on your dying bed, you're so scared that they don't told you you're going to hell, and say you begging, Master, please tell Jesus I was a good nigga. You think that's a joke? That's not. And man said, hell no, you didn't work hard. Oh man, I mean, how cruel could you be? It's in the Star Spangled Banner. That's what it was. With that sister that sang that thing, and you heard from them, what have you. I think it's in here. It says there's no fear, no relief even in the grave. And black folks singing that goddamn song. I need to get the lyrics and show it. But it says in here, it says, you don't have there's no relief for you even in the grave, or something to that effect. These people are sick. Now you see that the man, did all that shit to him. He ain't did a goddamn thing to you. And then you say, okay, nigga, you worked hard. I'm gonna tell the Master Jesus that you was a good nigga. And they do that. They have all the niggas around. They do that. So the niggas be more fearing them. Oh man, look. Oh man, Jason, look, Jason, he worked his ass off, man. He was a hard working nigga I've seen in my life. And man said he didn't work hard enough, and he gonna go to hell. You think that's a joke? You think it's a joke? And we gotta work harder. How can you work any harder? He worked. I said, man, Jason, man, that's a hard working nigga I've seen in my life, man. And man said he didn't work hard enough. And then they putting that now women, now sisters, and you out there with your goddamn stupid ass fish bumping them and shit. Oh man, ooh, you have no idea what's about to hit your ass. You have no idea. Anybody hear no bullshit? And then you out there in opposition to this message that our ancestors prayed for, seeking the message of the covenant that we go home, pray for, to get vengeance on their ass. And you're in opposition to this and lying to them and carrying on, and you think you're gonna get away with that? Woohoo! You have no idea. I kept telling people, you don't have no idea what's about to happen here. And you see right now, if they ain't fighting right now, boy, it's a miracle. Because anybody can see right now, it's so hot over there right now. In fact, they put a time limit now. Trump said, if you ain't make your deal in what the next 30 days now, 20 days, I'm going to. So he said, And people playing games with this? Are you stupid? This is the worst time in history and the best time in some ways. Right? Was it the best in it? It's the best that it's almost over, but it still ain't over. So, I don't think that's, I guess you can find some consolence in saying, well, it's almost over. Well, he's still in pain. So I ain't going to say it's good until it's good. Right? So right now it's still bad, and it's going to get a lot worse. A lot worse. Right? And our people went through everything else, and their leaders ain't worth shit. They're supposed to guide them through it. After they're supposed to understood what's at stake here. What's at stake? So obviously, the ignorant, stupid, just don't give a goddamn. Right? Because if your family the house is burned up, you say, hey man, well, can you drive me over to get a hamburger real quick so I can give me enough energy to get in there and get them out? Is that your take? Right? Or you got any explanation? Oh man, it's kind of hot, man. Can you cool off so I can run in there? No, if that's your family there and you love them, you don't give a damn how hot it is. You in there. You in there. 100%. You ain't waiting nothing. That's why they got to grab you and hold you. If you for real. If otherwise, oh man, they gone. I wish I could have got it earlier. No, you in there. So you can't bullshit me. Because in there, they wouldn't have gave those people those books. As you know, those people had the ability to handle those books. So that means they wasn't 100%. See, they gave me this book and I'm on it. And so no matter what you think, This information you're getting, you ain't getting that from any place else, and you know it's accurate. And if you're paying attention, everything I've been saying is coming past exactly like I said. The only issue was the timing, and I already this tells you right there. That's up to Master Muhammad. And Jonah was angry about the timing himself. But other than that, everything's right on time. Everything's happening exactly. But you want to listen to Lioness Farrakhan. Okay? So everything's coming to a head. And it's moving fast. So everybody's alert, on the whole world's on alert right now. The entire world's on alert right now. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? And nobody's sure. If you listen to these people, they're not sure that America's going to survive, win this thing. That's remarkable, isn't it? And Yemen, they say Yemen's the poorest country on the world, on the planet. And they're kicking America's ass. I told you, America has no power no more. And people see that and say, wait a minute, hold it. Look over Yemen in the desert, the poorest country on the planet, don't have any military, don't have any planes, don't have any trains, don't have any ships, anything, submarines or nothing. And they whooping your ass. People see that. That means Trump got to do something dramatic. It's like Tyson did bite somebody's ear. You don't see that? Well, maybe you do, you don't know. But if you see it and you ain't doing anything about it, show your ass. And those folks over there, Ishmael and those folks, oh man, if you had any idea what's about to happen to them, you'd be sick. You'd be sick. Because you can't imagine what's going to happen to those folks. Because what they're going to get the chastisement, I don't want to use that word chastisement because like you're trying to correct them. Right? The punishment they're going to get is severe. Merciless, like the Quran says. Right? It's not going to be, they're going to pray for death, and when I find it, they'll pray and pray for death. Oh, please. No, you know, please. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear about sorry. And that, that's the one thing that you don't want to say to me. I'm sorry. That's one thing you don't want to say. That's the English language. Look up sorry. You know what sorry means? If you're sorry, that means you ain't worthless. You're worthless. So why do you use that word? I'm sorry. That's English language is a trip. I never tell you about I'm sorry, because what has two meanings, right? I mean, well, it actually has only one meaning. It means you ain't worthless. Look at what sorrow means. Sorry. S-O-R-R-Y. Let me go check. Maybe they come something different since the last time I looked. You can't. Boy, this is English language. Where's sorry? Sorry, definition. What am I saying here? Feeling distress, especially through sympathy with someone else's misfortune. Now, that's not the original meaning of sorry. What is the true meaning of? See, that's okay. No, they changed the meaning, so let me stand corrected here, boy, because that's not the meaning I grew up with. Let me do a little magic here. I still ain't going to use it. I don't care what they say here. Okay? The statement sorry means worthless. It is generalization that doesn't fully capture the meaning, purpose of expressing great or sorrow, although it can be in true certain contexts where apologies are instant or used. That was the original meaning. So now they took it, connected with sorrow. It's different. But the original meaning when I grew up, if you were sorry, like that is sorry. It means worthless. So it doesn't say it here, but like I said, you got to go and do a little magic, right? Because it says right here, the word sorry means the statement sorry means means worthless. So I'm gonna go with that one. I don't use the word. This English language, boy. Because I say that's the most powerful book in the world. Because they can change the meaning of a word, and then the Bible means something else. Because you look in there, they say, okay, you say a Bible word, then you go look in there and say what the word means. And they say, okay. So the word says sorry, they say, okay, and that means sorrow. But the Bible meant you're worthless. So now you're apologizing. That's two different things. So which one are you taking? That was the original meaning of sorrow, sorry. I remember when growing up, that dude is sorry. That's the way they used it. That's why I never used the word. He's sorry, man. He's sorry. He's worthless. Man, you're sorry. You're sorry. You're sorry. Excuse for a man, or sorry. I don't know if some of your older parents heard that word used like that. Man, he's a sorry excuse for a man. Sorry excuse for a woman. Anyway, that's not. They changed. The words changed to mean something else. Right? That's why I got to get out of here. Because after a while, they get smart enough. They'll go in there and they'll change the whole meaning of the Bible. All you got to do is get together and change the dictionary, and all of a sudden you read something totally different what the Bible's saying. All you got to do is change the meaning of the words. Right? They done some of that, but they haven't really done it. Right? But they probably wish they would have. Anyway, fear. Our people have been in great fear. And now we're going to reverse the fear. Because now they're starting to fear this. Because when you understand what's going on here, America's in a state of fear. The Europeans in a state of fear. They're starting to fight with each other. That's another thing, fear. Fear, you start just fighting with each other. You fear everything. You become paranoid. So now America, they want to take everything. I'm going to take Europe. I'm going to take Greenland. I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this back. I'm going to do this. I'm all this stuff. Why you got to do it? Because you're afraid. I'm a terrorist. And they lie their ass off. You know, oh, I'm not going to do it today. I thought about doing it, but I'll be here a couple of hours if I do that. Probably in a couple of hours anyway. But, you know, they talk all this garbage. Oh, they took our... No, wait a minute. You gave China those jobs. China didn't come and take a goddamn thing from you. You gave them those jobs because you didn't want us to have it, because you didn't want us, you want to keep a control over us, because we was having those jobs, and black folks were starting to get strong, and every time... Okay, and you got evidence because every town that black folks built, they burned it down. You were better than them. They didn't want you to have anything. They made sure you have nothing. Why, if they love you and so much, why would they take, and you out there in the middle of nowhere, you build your own town from nothing. And you're doing good, and they come out and burn the goddamn town down. And they got hundreds of them that they burned down, but they don't tell you about them. But they got you in the ghetto, because they can control you in the ghetto. But you have your own town out there, and they will come out there and burn your town down. This is their effort to keep, but they won't tell you these things. And the reason why China got strong, because they didn't take your jobs, you gave it to them, and now it's backfiring your ass. You gave it to them because you didn't want us to have them. Same thing in India. You bring them over here because you didn't want us to have an AI job, because we was better at it. I keep telling you, Civil War was because we was better at the manufacturing, right, industrial revolution than you were. All that's because you're trying to hold us back. It's out of fear, and now it's backfiring your ass. Everything is backfiring on you because, like I said, your time is up, and you're fighting consequence. Oh, they take out everybody. No, take advantage. Who stole this country? Who did all these things? You doing all every time other people doing to you. all this stuff you saying, people are doing all this stuff to us. Well, ain't you saying that you get yourself in the consequence of what you did? Isn't it? Can you read this stuff? They saying it. Now we paying back. We paying the consequence of what they did to us. We fighting the consequence. That's what he's saying. We fighting the consequence. We fighting back. They taking our jobs from us. They taking our tariffs, all this stuff. We fighting the consequence because this shit that's happening to you. It's a consequence of what you're doing, and now you fighting it. All this stuff's happening to you is a consequence of what you're doing. You're saying it. They saying it, and you can't understand it. You can't translate. They saying it. We fighting the consequence of what we done. And you're the consequence. We fighting you. We fighting Japan. We fighting Korea. We fighting Europe. They all took advantage of us, right? We just wasn't your land because who stole this? And, they still. Where you get this land from? You stole it. And for us Israel, right? They're doing exactly what you did. They just stepped there. You're your child, and they following their daddy's footsteps. How they stole some house land, they imprisoned the people, and all the stuff they're doing over there. Genocide, what you did. You see? The consequence, that's what they're fighting. And they have fear. The fear is getting worse every day. So when you fear, you start fighting back. You start doing everything you can to relieve that fear. That's what they're doing. So they feel you have to go to war, or we got to stop. And the greatest fear is that they did all the stuff they did to us, the worst they did anybody in history. The worst. And the fear is that we're going to they're going to suffer the consequence. And the scripture says we do twice to them what they did to us. That's their greatest fear. So they got to do everything they can to keep that from happening. And I'm going to talk about that more in a minute. See, this stuff is very clear, especially if you understand the math, if you understand how the vector math. I tell them, study, and they don't want to do it, so hey, you want to go to Mexico, you don't learn Spanish. Okay, then go for it. If you're going to Mexico, learn Spanish, dumbass. I have a page for dummies and liars. Most dummies are liars. You want to get me upset? Don't lie to me, boy. Ooh. After all this, I'm going through to help people, because I'm not doing this to help myself. I don't need to help myself. Where it says I'm helping myself by doing this. The Lamb that made a sacrifice helping you. He didn't have to do it. Nobody made him do it. Where you say it says someone made him do it? Where? Where you see that? My heart's failing them for fear. The fear that they've been putting on us is about to come back on them. It's come back on their spades. Unimaginable fear that they cannot resolve. That means they're going to be totally out of it. When you're in great fear, man, you just strike out. You become animal. The animal and you comes out. When you're in a great deal of fear, you just because you lose control. All you want to do is alleviate that fear. It's like it's mental pain. And you want to destroy anything that's causing that fear. And the fear becomes overwhelming when you just can't, you realize you just can't, then you go into shock. Just lay there. You ever see those animal movies where, I used to see one, I wish I had copied that one, right? This lion that took down this zebra. And the zebra hadn't gone into shock, but was about to go into shock, right? Because the animal, see, in other words, if you know that he knows the animals, they're still alive. A lot of times they're still alive. Then they go into shock. Then they just there. They're alive, but they don't move. They're in shock, right? I don't think they feel anything. They're just there. But this zebra hadn't gone into shock yet, but was about to. And the lion had him down, was eating on his ass. And every time the zebra raised his head up, the lion was like, and lay his head back down. I used to think about that. I said, he's eating your ass. And you raise it up, and you lay back down and let him keep eating. I mean, what's the psychology on that one. Because every time I leave, raise his head up. Rawr! And he lays his head back down. You better shut up. I'm eating your ass. You better move. Ooh. But our people in that same, I haven't taken time to analyze that psychology. I don't get into philosophy and all that kind of stuff, right? But I think that'd be interesting to analyze that because our people in that kind of state. We're here. They're beating us. They're using us. They're tricking us. They got all kinds of schemes. And if we say something, okay, boss. Yeah, that's our reaction. So that's fear. But it seems like it's a little more to it than that. Because the zebra is fearing that the lion's eating him, but he don't do anything about it. But the lion's still eating him. He said, you see, and our people in some state of that. Maybe I try to analyze that sometime. I know it has something to do with fear. Because I used to wonder, I said, And I knew back then, I said, my people are in that kind of situation. Because here it is. They take and the masters doing all stuff to them, and then if they say something, okay, the masters keep doing it. Right? Now I understand we're supposed to submit, but after beyond that, we're still doing that. Maybe I'll think about it a little more. That's. See what I'm saying? I don't know. You think about it, I'll move on. And that's his objective, which will not work. Will not work. Nothing will work. Everybody's backfiring now. Because he's fighting consequence. But he's telling them, I can beat consequence, I can win. But he can't beat Yemen. Yemen is the poorest country, they say, on the planet. Google it, that's what they say. They don't have any Air Force, they don't have any planes, any of that stuff. And they're kicking America's ass. America got all of that. That's telling. That means, look at the logic of it. Okay, this is the big bully. His ass being kicked by a little 200-pound, little 100-pound old lady. Everybody sees that. He got to do something drastic, like kick her teeth out or something. Because everybody started saying, man, he can't beat that little old lady there. And she got her foot deep in his ass. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what's happening over in Yemen. Yemen got their feet deep in America's ass, and America's like, hey. Everybody's seeing that. See, everything is coming ahead, brothers and sisters. America and false Israel is writing their obituary. When you're fighting consequence, you're writing your obituary. Because whatever you do is coming back on you immediately. See, not right now, they had 500 years, when the Christians call it grace, they had 500 years of grace. That means we didn't retaliate. That means they was able to get away with all this stuff they thought. But the dam was building up. You dam up the consequence, then you got grace. That's what grace is. It don't mean the consequence goes away. It may just dammed up. That's what grace is. So they understand that. Like I said, dummies and fools, they understand what they're working with. So they think because everything's working all right, that means that God must be with them. No. Every action has an opposite equal reaction, and you understand that mathematically because the whole system is based on mathematics. It's weak mathematics, but it's mathematics. But that where it don't work. You understand? So now, hey, everything's going right. But now the devil's about to break. And you can't fight it. See? Because you're fighting consequence. And you fight consequence, every punch you make is just hitting yourself. When you're fighting consequence, everything you do is against yourself. Everything. Because you're fighting consequence. You have no room. Everything you do is against yourself. So right now, why is this the whole thing going over in the Middle East right now about Iran? Because Iran's a threat to false Israel, number one. But what's the other thing? Why it's so hot? Because Trump told the JCPOA that he wants to put back in force now, and they said the hell with it, and now it's getting hot because it's a reaction to what he did. Fighting consequence. Everybody said, well, that you caused the problem because you tore up the deal. Now you got to go to war because the deal, they won't make a deal with your ass because they don't trust you. You see? Why would they trust him? He made the deal. I mean, Obama made the deal, right? It's supposed to last for 100 years or 50 years or whatever. He came in, tore up the deal. That Iran was holding on to the deal. He tore it up, so that means America don't mean anything, right? And now they're making weapons, or it looked like they're making them. And now he said, we got to stop doing it. Well, you had to stop. Now you change. You the one caused them to want to make it because you threatened with nuclear weapons and everything else. So you don't want causing that to happen to make the nuclear weapons you don't want them to have. You don't want cause to make the nuclear weapons you don't want them to have because you tore up the agreement, and now you're in a stage of war, a world war that could destroy America because you caused the problem. You tore up the goddamn deal. See? Everything is backfiring. America's in trouble right now because of what America did. They find consequence. And this fool right here, he's going to be a terrible end. Terrible end. And we're talking about in a few days. Because anybody tell you, how can you go? I was surprised it made into April, to tell you the truth. I'm still surprised it made April. Because it's so hot over there, man. I said, damn, well, there's something special about this water. It should have been boiling by now. Anybody knows it's literally days and not hours away. They already got the ships and everything. You know, like when they took out Saddam, I said, man, what's Saddam waiting for? I said, he gonna let them come in here. They threaten him. They putting arms all around and everything. What do you think they're gonna do? They putting his arms and stuff around here because they want to protect him. I said they're putting arms. They built military all around you. They're bringing planes in and tanks and everything else. And you sitting there? And you let them do it? When you could have stopped it? When they start doing that, if he start taking the stuff out, how could they couldn't establish a foothold in there to come after them? They had to come with the Air Force. Because every time they put tanks like I said, he goes tear it out, knock it down. But he said all that's built, it took months. It took what? I think 6, 7 months. They built all the military around him and everything else, and then they moved in. I said, he deserved to be, if he that damn stupid. That's where they say Iran probably would take an attack, right? Before they build up. They're building up right now. And they say Iran, the inventor of chess, ancient Persia, used to be black, right? When they invented chess, right? Black folks invented chess. Says they'll do a preemptive strike. Ain't gonna let America build up and then come after them. And that's what people are expecting to happen. And if you read the scripture carefully, it sounds about right. Destroy the wisdom of the wise. Right? You're stupid now. If you lose the wisdom, it means you're stupid. So everything America doing is stupid. Everything backfire on them. Right now, what's going on right now is a backfire because and I told you, they would not go back to the JCPOA. I told you that. Because he tore up that deal, that's where you got all that. And same thing in Ukraine. That's America backfire again. America's backfire again. Because they told Ukraine, they told Russia that, okay, if you break up, we will not put NATO troops, we will not allow these countries that used to be part of NATO, that's on your border, and so they agreed. So, okay, so he said they broke the Soviet Empire up, and they agreed they would not allow any of those be part of NATO, because man, you can't have the people nuclear weapons around my border. And then they lied. And that's why Ukraine is right, because it was a part of Russia. In fact, Russia had a whole lot of nuclear weapons there, right? And so therefore, they want to be NATO. Y'all agreed. No, now they got that problem over there. And that's going to end up going to Armageddon. Okay? And now what's going on? Everything he's doing backfire. Because right now, all the stuff Trump's doing, he's alienating everybody. And that's what Scripture says. Everybody's going to be after him. And can you make this stuff up, brothers and sisters? He's alienating everybody. He's alienating all his friends. He's alienating Europe. I told you, everybody's going to be after America. Now everybody's getting pissed off at America right now. Now, who had that happen? Trump is making everybody's enemies. Europeans are pissed off at him. The Asians are pissed off at him. Everybody. I told you. He said, I bring division. Everybody's be against everybody. And Trump's turned everybody. You didn't see this coming. You would see this a year ago. Somebody told you a year ago you wouldn't believe it. And I told you this would be happening. Everybody's against America. Trump's turned everybody against him. He's writing his own obituary. And so is false Israel. And everybody now knows that America, false Israel is bullshit. America's a dictator. It's in the UN. It can make all these laws that it don't abide by. It don't abide by the criminal court. Only the criminal court gets people they want. So Netanyahu been indicted by the countries are not obeying that. But if it's somebody they don't like here. So they're showing themselves who they really are. The whole world's seeing them. And that's a part of God's, the way the Bible talks about destruction, that they always lift your skirt up before they destroy, so everybody see a nakedness. So now everybody see America, they openly back in genocide. They say false Israel is genocide and a maniac. That's what I'm calling Holocaust too. Because, okay, I'm gonna cut this short. I'm talking a lot about this. I'm not going to all the dilemma because I'm off on this tangent right now. Okay, then the whole story about, see, World War I and World War II. World War I, Germany was in World War I, and the British went to Jews in Germany and said, if you help us, remember these was German Jews, help us defeat your own country, we give you Palestine. I don't think they had Palestine. I think the Ottomans still had it, but I'm not sure. And so they betrayed Germany. Now, any country would have did what the Germans did. Because if you betray you, they execute you. You're a traitor. And Hitler, when he was rising, before he became empowered, he, in his book, Mein Kampf, means my battle, he said, he pointed out, y'all betrayed the country, we're going to get you. He told me he's going to get him. That's why Einstein, those guys got the hell out of there. The people who had the money got the hell out of Germany because they bleed Hitler. They bleed him. They ran to America before he got power because they bleed him. The other ones that they couldn't afford or whatever, they stayed behind. And so what he did, because he put Germany lost that war because of them, and they suffered dramatic. I mean, they really suffered really bad. The nations really came down on them. And he says, I'm going to get you. And that's why Germans put him back in power, because he was doing the same thing Trump is doing. I'm going to get enemies. I'm going to make you great again. That's what this story was. He didn't say it that way. Well, I don't know how he said it in German, right? But Mein Kampf means my battle. That was the name of his book. Right? And he wrote that when he was in prison. They locked him up. He has a similar story that Trump had. They did everything politically to keep him rising to power. See? And that's what he said. So they don't tell you that part. See? And so they went through all that. And people say, oh, man, see how bad they was innocent. No, they weren't innocent. They betrayed their country, caused their country to be virtually almost destroyed. Right? And so now they're doing to the Palestinians worse than they said Hitler did to them. So they're showing the world who they really was. They deserve what they got. Now they're going to deserve it. Now, remember, they're fighting consequences. So what they're doing right now, what you see the countries doing right now, is that's what happened to them. Because consequences are loose now. Or the dam is cracking, but I'm saying, in that sense, it's loose. It's going to be fully loose in a minute, but it's loose. So that's why everything you're doing is backfiring. So now, all the stuff they're doing right now, they're writing their obituary, because what they're doing over in Gaza is going to happen to them. What's going to happen to them? Suddenly, in a few days, when that war go down, then it's going to happen to them. That's the second Holocaust. Holocaust 2. In America, same thing. All that shit you've been doing 5 years come down on you in a day. You can't get away with stuff. That's what's about to happen here. Holocaust 2. Oh, they starving the people. It said they're going to be starving them. Read what it says what happened to them. So they're eating their own children. Sons gonna be eating fathers, fathers gonna be eating sons. They're gonna put a siege around this and none will escape. So I'm trying to get out of there right now. So none will escape. And they will close in, siege, and they had those drones flying. The whole world gonna see. They'll be knocking down. They have all their powers be broken. America will not be helping anymore. Give them missiles and stuff because America will be kicked out of there. America, God can make us thrown the hell out of there. They have no help, no fuel, anything. And all they want is revenge. All the Palestinians want is revenge. That's all they want is revenge, 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 revenge. Syrians too. All they want is revenge. And they don't. And they're not going to slack off. They're not going to be. Oh, that's a little baby. You didn't give a goddamn about our babies. You burn. You see what I'm saying? And they said they're going to let them stew in that shit for a while, and then they're going to get rid of them. See, so them turn to cannibals. Whole world see it. They're starving, and they, oh world, please, no, hey. They want the world. Oh, please help us. We they doing? We Jews. They everybody hate us. Nobody's going to pay attention. Cause what they doing? Cause the world's against them right now. In America, all the fake false Jews there, it says they're going to go insane. That's talking about the flies. That's the plague. They'll go insane. They're going to try to do everything again, try to force America to go back in and save. America's not going back because what they experienced, I'm not going into details there. They ain't going back over there. And so they're going to be doing, America's already got economic, and whatever, they're going to do all the damage they can be doing. See, because they got that Samson object. If we can't get it, if we can't have it, nobody else can have it. And they're going to do everything they can to undermine, collapse America, because they ain't all authority. You know, then throw it all over America and everything else. Right? And so what you do with flies, that's why I call it plague of flies. What you do with flies, and they buzzing around, you swat them. See? And so they can be the most hated people in America. I ain't talking about them too much, but they're going to tell them, they're going to, hey, you talking about kosher? Okay, you kosher, ain't you? They're eating them. To anti-Semitism, it's going to be off the page. Right? For two reasons. Because what they're doing to stabilize America, they're trying to get America to go back and help follow Israel, and they see what's going on over there. Americans ain't going back over there saying. And the other thing is, right, is that let me see how I put it. People are going to hate them because they're going to blame them like they're going to blame Trump. Trump's going to be part of this. They're going to, remember, they're in fear now. The whole economy's collapsing. And it's because of what they see says men's hearts filled with fear because the war goes south over there. America totally ass kicked and they ran out there on fire. And that's the cause false Israel. This whole thing collapses dramatically. First, primarily because false Israel goes down and relates to us. Right? So they won't blame them and say, okay, they're the reason, false is the reason why we had this problem. False is why everything is going against us. And then remember, who bless Israel will be blessed, who curses will be cursed, right? And then they say, well, they're not Israel. Uh-oh. You see, they don't come down on them and they don't come down on Trump because you boys over there, you're supporting them and all those people that was supporting false Israel, Graham and all those guys. It's gonna be chaotic here because they're gonna blame them. All these senators and everything else was for. Hey man, if y'all hadn't went over there and messed with Israel, man, we'd be okay, man. And y'all told us that was Israel, it wasn't. And now these niggas, they're the true ones. And then you rise up coming together. Man, can you understand that? The panic, the fear. Didn't you see it, man? You tell us that now we cursed. You cursed us. Because he said, those who curse us will be cursed. Those who bless us. We was cursing the real ones and was blessing the lions. And it says right there, Billy Graham, Hagee, It says right there. Jesus said there was no damn good. And here you has doing that. Now you got foreign policy. Now everything is collapsed. Our economy, everything's going, no food, nothing. Got to have somebody to blame. Madness, brothers and sisters. And as far as you hear, ooh, they're going to be taking them things off their head and get a cross around their neck and everything else, because they're going to tell them, oh, you like kosher, huh? Okay, well, you kosher. Cut them up, man. That's what we have for dinner. I know they're going to debunk, but they're going to deplatform this one. I don't give a damn, because the time is up. We know the time is up, right? I've been platformed before, and I'm not going to hold back on the truth, right? Yeah. He's going to be a savior. No. He's going to bring America down, going to turn America into a fiery bowl of shit. See? Because if you think about it, he's the guy, right, that they can blame everyone, because like I said, he's the one. He's the one they can focus on and say, hey, if you hadn't tore that JCPOA, I mean, it may be right or wrong, the point, that's where they're going to see it. If you hadn't done that, we wouldn't have this problem. We wouldn't have got destroyed in the Middle East. And if you hadn't messed around and turned Europe against us, they would be fighting against an army getting over in Europe. He's the most, you think Brian popular now? He's going to be the most hated. Hated. You the one caused us, because remember the Armageddon, the European war. He's starting the European war now. We're going to put tariffs on your ass, and we're going to get out of NATO. And y'all just taking advantage of us. Who would believe this stuff? And I've been telling you for years that's going to happen. They're going to turn against them. It says right there, bring division. See? That's what's happening. And he's going to say, he's going to blame him, because his policies, is a coincidence that it's so clear that what he's doing is actually bringing that about. He's causing animosity between Europe. He's going to take Greenland. If you can't take, oh man, people invade other people's country. But you talking about, you saying you're going to invade another country and take it. So you're saying all these damn things. You're alienating everybody. Putting tariffs on your friends, so you turn your friends against you. They say everybody's going to be against him. He's turning everybody against America. But he think he can hold up. So why? He's turning everybody's against America. All his friends and everybody. I mean, as I make clear, and I tell you that's what happened. That's what Armageddon is, the European war. And now it says it's going to be, then the Orientals coming after him, the goat. Everybody's coming after him. And he's already setting the stage for it. And everything backfired. I've read this many times, brothers and sisters. Real young man leaps from a lion, run to a bear, get away from the bear, and a snake gets him. That's what. And let me read this. See, people understand this. I told I purge, and you don't connect the dots. So they'll read this, don't understand. See, because if you believe you got some spiritual souls that nobody can see, that when you die it goes up to heaven or hell or whatever, well, it's a spirit. That means don't feel anything. So even if you go to hell, it'd just be bored. It wouldn't be burning. It was a spirit. It wouldn't feel anything, right? It's just stupid. So you read it carefully. It's distinguished between the body and the soul. But what's the soul? The soul is your DNA. You eradicate your DNA, you eradicate you totally. If you get rid of you, but you don't get rid of your DNA, then that's why the Quran says, do not do not think of those who are dying and fighting the way of Allah as dead. They're alive, but you perceive not. Why I say that? It said because their DNA is still alive. And it says, like four birds, I can bring them back to life. Their DNA is still alive. It said, think those who are slain the way of Allah is dead. They're alive, but you perceive not, because you don't understand how this thing works. So it says, fear not who has killed the body. That means just kill your body, but not able to kill your DNA. See? But rather fear him who's able to destroy both body and soul and body in hell, or kill your body and your DNA too, just wipe you out totally. Because therefore you have no way to get back into the creation again. Because that's where you come back into DNA. That's who you really are. That's where I say, I taught Adam all the names. DNA is your real name. That's your distinct your name. You mean angels didn't know their names? No. That's your real name. And DNA, that's your mathematical name. Right? And so, your seed, you come, Elijah Muhammad said that too. He said, the only way you come back to this world, through the womb, back to your seed, because you're immortal. As long as your seed is still, I was trying to tell the brother the other day, he says his son died or whatever, right? I know he didn't get it. He probably too depressed and everything. I said, well, you know, he's a 10%er anyway. So I said, you know, you got your son in you. You got his DNA in you. But I don't know if he picked up on it. Right? See, because you can bring your son back into existence. That's how we live. We've been here forever. We'll always be here. How's Melchizedek going to live here forever? If he's not going to continue, God going to live trillions of years. You got to keep. I mean, nobody could do that, and I wouldn't want to do it. Like trying to stay awake for a week and get some idea how that feels. Maybe about a year or whatever. So that's what I'm talking about. So if you run afoul of Suleiman, because he's the one that got the book of life, the Lamb's book of life, that means you're the one to get life, right? It says, what talks about what, how you say it? I forgot, I'm not going to quote it, but anyway, right? I can't remember right now, but anyway, the problem is that he's the one that gets, he's the one that set the kingdom up. He's the one that determines who gets in the kingdom. He's the one that determines who gets in the kingdom. Like I explained the other day, I tried, these people never connect the dots. I said, how many people on the planet when Abraham was around? But most people on the planet right now is Abraham's seed. So what happened to all the other people? They was eradicated. DNA is gone. Purging. Only DNA what God said kept, like I said, that's Noah and the whole thing. Look at Noah. Only DNA he kept was. See? So their souls someplace else. That's DNA. See? And so Suleiman will take, and if you're going to follow him, you get rid of him and get all your DNA, tape your wife, because you don't have a problem with hey, because first of all, you know, if you're a rat, your son probably a rat too. You're a pig, your daughter and son probably pigs too. See? And these poor sisters, they give birth to pigs and rats, don't know it. Like our sisters giving birth to these demons and stuff, don't know it. Right? All that's going to be changed. Yeah? And then he feels sorry for him. Well, there's nothing I can do about that one. It's like Farrakhan's mother. She probably an original person, right? But we can't say Farrakhan because of her. That's one it's just gonna have to bear. If they gave birth to a child that's be seed of demons or a seed of traitors, let the seed go. And nothing she can do about it. And sister, if she's wise and she got a lot of discipline, she'll understand. If she don't, then she's gonna be like Lot's wife. She's gonna die of grief. Oh, my children. That's one of the sad things the sister's gonna have to face. That's why we gotta get rid of these demons. And the same thing the devil did. Here the devil raped her and she got a baby. She done went through 9 months baby. Some sisters were strong enough. They just got rid of that baby. They found some kind of way to abort it or strangle or something. Said, I don't want that damn thing. But some sisters couldn't. Oh man, that's my baby. Even that baby gonna grow up to hate him. That's my baby because she gave birth to him. See, that's one of the sad things that you know. That's one sad thing. Hope these sisters. That's why I got stored Lot and Lot's wife. If sisters can overcome that, they're gonna die in grief. It's sad. See, but that's part of what the devils did to us. When show all them and their deceit. Okay, I'm gonna close out, but I talked a lot, and so I'm not gonna go to the other stuff I was talking about, right? Let me show one thing. Watch this. Uh-oh. Let me back up here. Okay. Let's see what's showing. What's showing here is if the devils attack you. See, that's why I took me to learn vector, because I want to start speaking vector. But I can't speak vector to people that don't know what vector. That's why because that's why I want to start speaking language, the language of the angel, which is vectors really. Because it's all about forces and stuff. Right? And that's what this whole thing is. I told you, this whole thing is based on pressure, and it's all, right? So look at this situation here. Okay. If somebody attacks you, that's a vector. Boom. And the consequence of that, right, would be a vector. But what's the quality? See, because you got force, but what's the quality of it? So what if they attack you with disease? See? Well, would you going to shoot them back with a bullet? You could. I mean, in general sense, that'll work if the result is equal. But I'm going to get to the quality of the situation. See? So if they attack, so in other words, that's what your consequence, because Scripture always talks a lot about the quality of the consequence. That's why it says, do unto them as done to you. So it was why we got to do to them, because they the ones did it. So we're going to return them, because if somebody else did it, it'll come to them a different way. See what I'm saying? That's why we personified everything, so we could identify the quality of the consequence. Because, like I said, we went in energy deprivation, right, without personification, then we just had bad luck. Famines, all kinds of stuff, and it would come in all kinds of ways we can identify. But since we made them, then we can know exactly it came from them, and so we know exactly how to, right, would be the consequence of. We can deal directly, so we know we can it's put like this here. Say, for instance, you got energy deprivation, and now you end up, all things that you have famine, you have disease, all that kind of stuff, right? So how will you know when it was over? Because when it's over, you might say, well, it might be a brief thing. We still might have another famine, still might have another disease. How do you know it's over? But if you make personification, then you know, hey, they're the ones doing it. Once you get rid of them, that's the end of it. You see the difference? So that's what I'm trying to make a very subtle point here. So you do the quality of it. So if they attack us, they say, doing them double as done to you. So that's showing you that we the God, because if it was some other God, some mystery God that could wave his wand, then why do we need to do anything to him? Why don't he just punish him? Why? Like the people say, well, God determines whether you wake up in the morning or not. I said, you talking about Master Muhammad? Is he the one? That's what they used to say over there, Dummy Land, NOI. Well, God determines whether you wake up in the morning. So what God is that? Is that Master Muhammad? Well, if it ain't the originator, well, if that's the case, why you got to build a mother plane? Why you got to do all that stuff? Just don't wake your ass up in the morning. See, it's so stupid. Just don't wake. If you determine to wake up in the morning, just don't wake up the devils. That's the end of it. I need to build no mother plane, have no war, have to do anything. See, it's just stupid shit. So I'm going to focus the quality concern of it. Right? So that's what this is showing here. So it goes pretty quick, so just pay close attention. Oop, that one moved too fast. A little too fast. I might need to slow it down. Hold on, let me see. Okay. See, what you saw was, this is the next one. See, they attacked us, and we attacked them in kind. Said doing them as done, which is going to be the same way, only it's going to be double because the fulcrum changed, but it still be the same quality of what they did to us. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I said doing them as they done to you. They say just be bad to them like they was be bad to them because it was bad to you. It says specifically doing them as they had done to you. So it's quality of it. So when you understand that principle, you understand how false it is where America's writing the obituary. Because what's happening right there, and for what they're doing, Holocaust 2, is going to be exactly what they're doing to the Palestinians right now. It's going to come right back on them. You understand? That's the quality of it. It means coming back the same way you did it. And so we're going to do back them the same way. So we ain't going to rape them, but we're going to bring people in that will. So the goat is a part of, remember, when Nation Islam leave, that opens the door for the goat to come in. But that's part of America's destruction. Because who's controlling the goat? They tell in chapter 17, we controlling the goat. They said we inspired them to do it. So we ain't going to rape them, but they will. So we ain't going to do that kind of stuff. We ain't about that. So we have to bring them in to do it. Read chapter 7. I tell people, are you paying attention? You catching the dots here? It says chapter 17, right? What it says, we inspired them to do it. And that's the reason why they opened the door and let us through, because they made an agreement because we was under control of the situation. That's why when they arrived, the Red Sea, goat rise, they opened the door and let us through because we're under control of the situation. So some of the stuff I've thought, after years of thinking, you might pick up on some of the stuff. Some of it's pretty stuff easy to see, but I guess not. If you ain't 100%, I guess you ain't 100%, right? Okay, I'm going to finish this over. See, now here's a vector again, right? And here's our vector. Elijah Muhammad gave you this vector right here. Okay? Pointing. See, vector has force and has direction, right? So we was going all different kind of directions. They're going to Jesus, going to Shiva, going to what's the Nirvana? That's Nirvana. That's some kind of Hindu heaven. So we're going anywhere. Because vector has to have direction. We had some going this way, some going this way. So our nation was always divided because everybody had different ideas. I'm going to be a Muslim. I'm going to be a Christian. I'm going to be a Buddha. See what I'm saying? Elijah Muhammad, put your focus on the Abrahamic covenant. People out of vision perish. So he put him right there. So now our nation was heading that direction because Elijah Muhammad pointed that direction, right? And then what happens? Boom, that they come with that. Stop it. In kind, remember I told you, the quality. So they had to they said, okay, that's the direction it's going, right? We got to have something that's coming opposite direction to stop it. Because if it won't stop. It had to go opposite, and that's what false Israel does. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, so they come out of nowhere to stop it. So now, bottom line, you're not going anywhere. You see the logic of it? Then they say stuff, you don't look deep into it, see what they're saying. Now, in that case, you're not going anywhere. That's Farrakhan's right. You're not going anywhere. As long as false rulers there, you ain't going nowhere. Because he's making it clear. He's underscoring the thing. You ain't going nowhere because that's devil's set up, so you ain't going nowhere. And then tell Farrakhan that reinforce it. Yeah, y'all ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Because he's with them. And that's Elijah Muhammad told different. That's why he set it up. Same quality. It's just opposite idea. Remember that vector has to be going opposite direction. It has to be the same force, opposite direction. It can be greater than that, which pushes back. But same force, opposite direction is quality. So therefore it stops. That's exactly what they did. All these are vectors. I want to talk vectors. Because that's the math of it. If I talk math, I got to talk in vectors, because that's the math, that's the language of the math of our situation. And you see it right there clearly. That's why they had to stop us from doing it. They had to come with something that was totally opposite. Just stop it. But remember, they got to keep fueling that. Otherwise, because something's keep fueling ours, we get more energy, So our force becomes increased. So we start pushing it, right? So they got to keep fueling theirs. But they got to take the energy they got and focus on that. That means that they lose energy from other things. So now they're going into debt. They had military problems, have all these problems. They got to put all this energy to keep us. Because we still got force to push. And now they got to keep adding more force to keep the mouths that offset ours. And so that's putting America in all this trouble. Because they spend all this money, all this energy to keep us from going anywhere. The fuel falsity. People say, why are they getting falsities, all this? Now you see it. If you understand vectors, now you see it why. It's clear. And it takes money, it takes energy to keep that other vector. Because if we're being energized. I told you, every 50 years, we're energized. So that means they have more force going that direction. So they got to have more force, they got to energize that. And that's going more costly. And now for Iran is jeopardizing that. So they got to take out Iran. Because Iran's threatening that. Because if that goes, we go home. Let me show you something right quick and I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. I meant to say something I just thought about it just now. Give me a second, brothers and sisters. Second, brothers and sisters. I need to show this point here. I'm whipped, brothers. I'm telling you, I'm trying to get prepared for what's about to happen. I'm spending 5 hours at the gym now. And I changed to another gym that's open 24/7. Now it's like 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 to 7. And I'll be sitting there, I'll be working out. And then I spend half an hour in the sauna. Oh man, whew. By the time I get home, I am whipped. 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 Right? Then, right now, I had to do a slide, and then the hours, it took me what? 3 hours to prepare for this. This thing I don't do it, it only takes 5 minutes to do these things, brothers and sisters. Don't take 5 minutes, don't do, what happened here? Don't take me 5 minutes to do these things, brothers. It takes work, put it together, check them out. Sometimes late, I'm not doing such a good job, I keep missing stuff. Okay, what we at here? Okay. And, okay, I think that'll work. Hold on. One second, I'm going to close out nonsense because it's late. I start working this thing about 2 o'clock, what, 5 hours I mess with this? Well, I shouldn't say messing. I shouldn't say messing because it didn't work. Oops. No, that won't do. That won't do. Hold on, let me change it. 1 more second here. Let's see if this works. Nope. Well, I'm going to leave it like that, but that's not quite working like I want it. Try one more thing here. Let's see. Let me try this real quick. Otherwise, you get the point. Graph is not exactly what I wanted, but oh, okay, I know what I did. Hold on, simple way to do it. Simple way to do it. Okay, I don't know. I should have thought about that. Okay, that, right? Oh, here, 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 no, here, okay, here, okay, got it, got it, okay, just do it, just do it, gotta do it right there, and then, boom, there you go, gotta do it, gotta do it. I think these things through, brothers and sisters. There you go. That's it. Okay. And what's this here? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. Show you this, brothers and sisters. Here we go. That's it, right? They got to put this, block it. But they got to keep, remember, we get energized, so they got to keep, they got to spend more energy. They get as much energy as everybody else does, right? So they got to spend the energy on that. So America's using a lot of energy to maintain false Israel, right? So that means for other things. Then what happens? False Israel goes down, we go home. Nothing to block us anymore. Okay, and look at this last thing here, brothers and sisters. Watch this. See vectors? Put that on this. What do you do? That's where we end up. So it ain't us, it's them. As long as we expose those vectors, got to understand those vectors. See, Pharaoh can say, oh, you're evil, see? But false Israel are maintained. False Israel's gone. We get angry, we come back. Vectors gone, them. They're gone. The vectors that's forcing us in that situation. You got a balloon underwater because something forced underwater. Nothing wrong with that balloon. You force under. You move the hand, balloon comes back on top again. So Pharaoh kind of, hey, y'all wicked, you're wicked. No, it's their vectors, their force ons that causing us to be that way. Once they're gone, we come back to where we were before. Better. Okay, I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. Go ahead and finish this up. Let it go ahead and run its course. Go on. Okay, I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Who can stand till just another day? Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. I'll continue with my series, Dilemma. Hopefully tomorrow, I'll finish up tomorrow. wasn't in it. See? And it says those who resist, they're going to be crushed. And you sisters, you better be very careful about whose seed that you're producing. Because when they go, if they go, their seed goes with them. That's what it said, all trace of them. Because if you understand how this, right, if you keep their seed going, then they come back through again. And no, it's not going to happen. They cut off totally. So you ought to be careful about whose seed you're producing. Because they go, their seed go with them. I told you, it's a total purge. It says, Son of Man, we have total purge. It says, Mishnah come the same way. Totally clean his house. And those that do get through, right, it says they get to the tyrant, and their seed is marked. It said their seed be a tattooed light of Muhammad toward this one, their seed be marked. So in other words, forever. So they okay, you fell into that category. You got through. Maybe you figured out the five pillars, you figured out the angel, and you got some of that right enough to get through. But you wasn't right. So then you give them to the tyrant. And it says, your seed, right, be marked. And their seed be marked forever. We ain't playing the games here. Ain't no effing games here. See? Because what get through, it says the king will last forever. So if you're not 100%, you going, your seed going, everything, we're gonna have we totally cut off. See? You're playing with the wrong people. And you think, I'm tough? You wait till you run to Master Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad told us about him. Right? He said, the day of their wrath has come. Okay? Now, I can't tune in. Maybe I will be one day. But he can. So he might be able to bullshit me, but he know what you're thinking. You see? So, I need to say that. And if you're thinking about come over here with some bullshit, you just, look, don't waste time, just detour, go. Just don't, you better off just go away. Okay? And maybe you make it, maybe you won't. But you get in direct conflict with me, but take me like a fool and using, waste my time, all kind of stuff, then you a direct vector against me, a direct resistance vector. And it says, I crush everything in all resistance vectors. Crush them. Them, they seed all of it. Okay. Like I said, you sisters, be very, very careful about whose seed you're producing. When they go, their seed go with them. We move on, brothers and sisters. Habakkuk. Who are the Chaldeans should be are there? Okay. Let's move on to, now you can read this at your own leisure, brothers and sisters. But it talks about the Chaldeans. The Chaldeans are Caucasians, right? And I'll read a couple of things here, right? I'm not going to do the whole thing, right? For this vision is yet for a appointed time, but at the end of it shall speak. So this vision is about the end. This is Habakkuk 2. All of Habakkuk, actually. And not shall speak, and not the lies, though it tarry. And not lies, though it tarry. Wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry. Right? It's talking about the angel, messenger of the covenant, the one he's seeking. Ho, his soul which is lifted up, behold, his soul is lifted up, is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith. Okay, but his soul, okay, that's talking about the ones that exalt themselves. They think they, well, we good. You know, we're Americans, we good. We, said no. It says, behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, right? But the just shall live by his faith. They should be patient, right? Let's move on. Okay, now, remember the Chaldeans. Woe to him that increaseth that which is not his. They took this land, it's not theirs. So woe to him. right? Shall they not rise up suddenly and shall bite thee? That means all the people that you've been abusing, these Chaldeans, they're going to suddenly come and get you. That's why I'm speaking to this one, because it's talking about the suddenness. Remember, I told you, first it says, in the time, and this is telling you about, they were suddenly, this is time that's about to happen, brothers and sisters. Because they telling you what's going on in the Middle East right now. People right telling you right now, they're saying it could be happening right now. They know it's going to happen very soon. I've been warning you for this for years. 30 years, and more intensely. Farrakhan said, hey, Armageddon going to start. Well, his bullshit, where's Armageddon? It's going to be in Europe. Now all of a sudden he's suddenly quiet. And we got his ass, right? But, okay. So it says suddenly. See, this is going to happen suddenly. I'm telling you, all this will happen suddenly. Because they got the vectors in place to stop it. But like I said, their vectors require force. That means energy to maintain that force. So that means you got to put more and more energy in to maintain that force. While we be more energized, so our force is increasing. That means they have to increase their vector force, the opposing, to keep ours from moving. You understand? You got a vector. I ain't gonna show a graphic here. Got a vector, right? And they got a counter vector. And it takes energy to maintain that counter vector. Because ours is being more energized. That's why they can't stop it. The universe, it's more measureless than heaven and earth, will come to a sudden, and we get more energized. So that means we have more force on that vector. That means they need more force. It means they have more energy. Because we get more energy, we get ours because the way the universe works. But they getting theirs. They're taking it from themselves. So they may have less for everything else. Less for discipline, less for comedy, less for this. That's why, see, if America was doing so great, why they got to take stuff? Because they run out of energy. Or we got to take Greenland because they got the resource. Why? I thought you were so rich, America. You got so much. Trump telling you, we got all this oil here, we got all this mineral. Then why you got to take them other places? Because they don't have. It's a big lie. And now they've been exhausted. We got to take this, got to take Panama, right? And we got to take the oil from Syria because they run out of energy to keep that counter vector going. See? So you got more energy, and then you got Suleiman, the messenger of the covenant. He's giving it direction. He's making sure you stay at direction straight on that. Focus on interaction right there. Because they want you to divert your direction, either. Right, that's what Farrakhan doing, diverting your direction. So, hey man, no, you ain't going nowhere. That's his job, to divert the direction. Because you have vector, you have force, and you have direction. So he said, and Suleiman is a counter vector pushing that direction right back to where it's supposed to be, focus on the promised land. And vector, Farrakhan's, look, he's running out of energy. He got Alzheimer's, and everything back, because he's getting weaker. Because it's harder and harder to maintain that, and he got all these fools around him. They're trying to maintain that counter vector, point away from there. No, we ain't going nowhere. We're going to stay in America. Somebody said, no, man, that vector is back. That's why I said messenger of the covenant. He's got a vector pointing straight to the promised land. So it's a counter vector. And that's why it says, you put these things together, brothers. That's why it says, he will consume the son of perdition, who's he has spies the covenant. He's putting you in the other direction. So he's going to consume. That means it's harder and harder for him. If you consume, harder and harder for him to keep you going away from that, keeping you going in a different direction. The force, he put in a vector and say, we ain't going nowhere. It's harder and harder for him to do that. Because Suleiman's got a counter vector pushing you back the other way. So you understand what I'm saying? So it's hard. So you got to use more and more energy. It takes more and more energy to keep that counter. It takes energy to keep that counter vector going. And that's why I say he be consumed, spirit of his mouth. That means it's harder. He can consume. It's harder and harder to keep that vector going. Because all of a sudden you see on the internet right now. Well, have you noticed? All of a sudden, the black people are the true seed of Abraham, the real Israelites. You didn't see it before. Where they getting that from? It's all over the internet now. You didn't see it a year ago. It's all over the internet now. Why? What's causing those leaves to blow in that direction? So it's harder and harder, right, for him to keep that vector going away from the direction of the promised land. But it said it actually destroy him, because after a while that vector can be totally destroyed. And now he's almost gone. So it won't be anybody that preach that stuff anymore. We ain't going nowhere. Destroyed. Right? But that comes in, but it says all this be coming together, because where false Israel goes, that vector won't mean anything anymore. Well, let me hold off on that one. But false Israel go, that counter vector directly when the devils got set up. Right? But it says at the same time, when that happens, it says where the accuser of our brethren is cast down. That means that counter vector is also destroyed at the same time. So you got both. You got the vector, the force vector, and direction vector, both going at the same time. See, the counter direction. So you got the vector going. That's the one pointing towards going home, right? That one, and they got a counter going because out, right. And then you got the one that's trying to force it in another direction. We ain't going nowhere. That one's both go at the same time. That's the math behind what's going on. That's right. If you understand the angel, you understand the math, pressure, and vectors. That's what I just explained to you in the form of vectors. And if you see it, that's why that's exactly the way it's working. The way the vectors work. Because that's what I'm saying. That's why it says all of a sudden, if you move this vector and move that vector, suddenly everybody comes together, focus what? On going home. Because there's nothing to present that mindset. Right now you got their mind, because they got a counter vector there. All of a sudden it's gone. The counter vector, the vector, the force vector heading that way, and the counter vector from Farrakhan, both going at the same time. That'll say the accuser of our brethren is cast down and destroyed. See what I'm saying? That's what it's saying. I'm trying to give it to you in vector language. What is it saying here? I can't see this, but hold on. Okay, well, I'm going to do it this way. For the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of the glory of the Lord, and water covering the sea. Okay, it's water covering the sea. That's what it's telling you there. There's nothing, going to be no resistance to this vector, to the angel. It says, this God will preach in all the world, because once that's gone, that's the resistance to the victor. Because the angel is saying, okay, direction and force. And the force is increasing, but direction is staying steady. And no matter Farrakhan's his counter vector, he's getting weaker and weaker and weaker. Okay? You understand? I'm giving you this form of vector. Woe unto them that giveth his neighbor drink and poureth the bottle to him and make him drunken. What it's talking about right here is they make us drunk. They feed us garbage, drugs, and everything else. That's part of their remember, we give them energy. But we don't want to use that energy mismanagement. So they just want to use that energy for that vector. That's when we wake up. When we've been energized, they try to take and try to minimize it, try to mismanage the energy so it doesn't be focused on that vector, focus someplace else. So if you have no direction, right, then you're going around circles. See? So he said, okay, don't use your energy for that. Use your energy party, NFL, and everything else. That's what it's talking about here. So let's move on. Okay, let me go over this quickly, and then I told you yesterday. Let me go over this quickly. Let's see here. See, I don't like this new set bounce. It's been very difficult to work with. Because it forced me to, well, it has the advantages, but still is a problem. Let's see what I do here. Okay, I'm going to have to do it the hard way. Hold on, brothers and sisters, for a second. Because I can't see this too well. It's too small for us to work on one screen here. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay. Mm. 1 second, brothers and sisters here. English. Okay. Nope, not that one. Okay. Guess I can do this. Okay, I guess I can do it this way, brothers and sisters. I can see that. Okay, what it's saying here is, then it came to pass after these things that the, wait a minute, well, that's still the wrong one. Still the wrong one. Okay. Okay, basically, I'm just going to talk about it basically, brothers and sisters. It's what I was doing here is I was trying to show. See, once you got the angel key, then you should be able to break these things down. Now, this was a difficult one, right? Because there's some that's some more difficult than others, right? But just give you an example how this key works, right? So, because the way it looks right now is that the Levites, they got to go through tribulation. That they did. That's their fault. After they matched for Muhammad, after Elijah, they fell for Farrakhan. And that was one of my questions. These three that show up, would it be somebody outside of the nation or somebody inside? Yeah, I didn't know. I wasn't sure. I mean, there's hints.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast...
It was December 1978, and Muhammad Ali was sitting in the opulent palace of King Khalid ibn Abdulaziz Al Saud in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The heavyweight champion had been invited to the kingdom as a guest of honor, part of a diplomatic visit that was supposed to be ceremonial. But what happened in that ornate meeting room would become one of the most extraordinary displays of principle over profit in sports history. Ali was 36 years old and nearing the end of his legendary career. He had recently regained his heavyweight title for the third time by defeating Leon Spinks, cementing his status as the greatest in the eyes of the world. But despite his success in the ring, Ali's finances were not as secure as his reputation. Boxing purses in the 1970s, while substantial, were nowhere near the astronomical figures that today's champions command. King Khalid, one of the wealthiest men in the world, had invited Ali that required constant funding. The purses from his fights, while substantial, were quickly. I want to be a bridge between the Muslim world and America, Ali concluded. But bridges work because they connect two different places while remaining anchored to both sides. If I move entirely to one side, I can't be a bridge anymore. For several minutes, King Khalid said nothing. When he finally spoke, his voice was filled with a respect that surprised everyone in the room. Mr. Ali, said the king slowly, in my entire life, I have never met a man who would turn down such wealth for such reasons. You have just proven to me that you are exactly the kind of man who should represent Islam to the world. He stood up and walked over to Ali, placing his hand on the champion's shoulder. Your refusal of my money makes me respect you more than your acceptance ever could. You are right. If you took my money, people would question your motives, but by refusing it, you have shown that your faith is priceless. The king paused, clearly moved by Ali's response. I withdraw my offer of money and citizenship. Work because they connect two different places. Stunned. In his world, money solved almost every problem and fulfilled. Leaned forward expectantly. But I must respectfully decline. Lifetime. King Khalid was confident that Ali would accept. After all, the window at the desert landscape. When he finally spoke, his voice was thoughtful and measured. My heart tells me that some things are worth more than money, he said. My heart tells me that ventures that didn't always pan out. Veronica, his wife, was conflicted. She could see the appeal of the offer, but she also understood her husband better than anyone. Muhammad, she said quietly as they sat together that night, what does your heart tell you? Ali was silent for a long time, staring out the window at the desert landscape. When he finally spoke, his voice was thoughtful and measured. My heart tells me that some things are worth more than.
You can learn from experience.
Laid out the numbers in stark terms. Muhammad, this is more money than you could make in 100 lifetimes of boxing. Dollars for the rest of his life.
And you a judge.
Extraordinary. Ali would payment for a single fight or even a series of fights. This was something entirely different. I want you to become the official representative of Saudi Arabia and Islam to the world, King Khalid explained. You would be our global ambassador, traveling to every nation, speaking about the true nature of Islam, countering the misconceptions that exist in the Western world. The terms were extraordinary. Ali would receive $100 million up front, along with a palace in Riyadh, a private jet for his travels, and an annual salary of $10 million for the rest of his life. In return, he would spend 6 months of each year in Saudi Arabia, and the other 6 months traveling the world as the kingdom's representative. But there was one condition that would prove to be the deal breaker. Of course, the king added, almost casually, you would need to renounce your American citizenship and become a Saudi citizen. You would also need to move your family here permanently and fully embrace the Saudi way of life. The room fell silent. Ali's entourage exchanged glances, clearly recognizing the magnitude of what was being offered. This wasn't just money. This was generational wealth beyond imagination, the kind of financial security that would make Ali and his descendants wealthy for centuries. Ali asked for time to consider the offer, and that evening, back in his luxurious guest quarters, he wrestled with the most difficult decision of his life. His financial advisor, who had accompanied him on the trip, laid out the numbers in stark terms. Muhammad, this is more money than you could make in 100 lifetimes of boxing, the advisor said. Your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren would never have to worry about money again. This would solve every financial concern you've ever had. And it was true. Despite his success in the ring, Ali's finances were complicated. His generosity was legendary. He gave money to anyone who asked, supported numerous charities, and maintained a large entourage that required constant funding. The purses from his fights, while substantial, were quickly distributed to others or invested in ventures that didn't always pan out. Veronica, his wife, was conflicted. She could see the appeal of the offer, but she also understood her husband better than anyone. "Muhammad," she said quietly as they sat together that night, "what does your heart tell you?" Ali was silent for a long time, staring out the window at the desert landscape. When he finally spoke, his voice was thoughtful and measured. "My heart tells me that some things are worth more than money," he said. "My heart tells me that America, for all its problems, is still my home. My heart tells me that I can't represent it."
The more you focus, the more resistance comes. You're trying to get you out of bed. I remember trying to turn that vector around, trying to focus on, oh man, I got a problem. I can't do this right now, man. I can't do this angel stuff right now, man. I got to deal with this, man. I got to deal with demon island. I got to deal with my bills. I got to deal with, no, man. I kept focusing on that one. That was total focus on that. Not my family or anything. That total. Because I realized what needed to be done. My whole tribe of Shabazz and Levi depend on this. So I see the house on fire. Hey, you can't stop them from going there and get them out of there. But if they want to stay in there, then stay in there then. Total focus. And it's hard. 30-some years. And like this particular one here, it took me a long time to get this one. Like the one I did the other day, right? It took me years to get that one because I had to raise hatred thing. That was trying to what do you call it? It was self-motivation, whatever. I forgot the name you used. Scientology. Yeah, everything is in that program. Just look it up. Didn't miss a beat. Lifting the goddamn thing. So you can tell me he's not working for them? Well, if he's not working for them, he might as well be. If he ain't, because he's doing what they want to do, he ain't getting paid. Man, would love. Employer would love that. You come in and work because you like doing it and I have to pay your ass. Then you want to lie to me and try to bullshit me? You get everything that's on that program. I mean, if you're stupid, well, what you want to do? You can't use other people. So I said, so if you see, once you understand, and you don't have to even know the angel. If you understand that, you want to pull the hell over there. And to put it in place and make everything's all right and everything, you'd be surprised. You would be surprised, lift. Go and lift 100-pound weight, then come and tell me how heavy it is. Don't tell me, hey man, it looks heavy. Lift it up. And then tell me, then you come and tell how heavy it is. Don't tell me, oh man, it says 100 pounds. I know it says 100 pounds. Lift it. Lift it. I lift this. And it's mental. And it was hard. And some of these things was super hard. Some of these things took me years. I keep concentrating. I can't. And like I said, and I had to cross reference with something else. So I had to figure it. Like I said, the one I did the other day, I couldn't go anywhere with that damn thing. Couldn't get with it until I got deep into Daniel, and then they're talking about the ram and the goat there. You see? And so I'm knocking my brains out. How come I can't make any sense out of this? And this one here was like, whoa, this is really weird, this one. Right? So let me bottom line here. It says it got these cows. Right? Let me see if I can. Well, you see here, you had the cows and he has some ugly cows. So the ugly cows ate the other cows. Right? But then it said when they ate them, it didn't do other cows no good. They still was ugly. They were still hungry. I mean, they still like they hadn't eaten anything. Of course, they didn't. That threw me, boy. That one threw me for a while, right? Because I had to figure out. I say, because they said, well, you got the ugly cows, and then you got the winds. Then you got the grain, and that kind of got me right there when I got the angel key. I said, well, I look how many parts they're talking about. Then some that right there to give you information. They talking about the angel key. Because they said, well, they got these parts. Then they got the famine, 7-year famine. Keep talking about 7. Well, 7 winds, right? 7 cows, 7 ugly cows, and 7 years of famine, right? And then the grain. So that gave me a hint right there, right? So bottom line is that this is a cow, this is ugly cows. Because if you say it didn't, because that throw you says we ate it, but it didn't do them any good. Like so they didn't really consume it. That's how it went, you know. So that's what they're talking about, right? They're together, but they're not consumed. That's another way of saying they're together, right? Right. Okay. So they would be together, right? And then it says that the grain was like one stalk. See, these other ones divided up into parts. It's one stalk. So that means it was like this. It wasn't in the 7. But I said, okay. It took me a while to put that together. Then you got the famine, 7 years of famine, but that represents the abomination, excuse me, about the, excuse me, my voice. Energy deprivation that been imposed on us by the Europeans. Okay? And then what it's telling you is that then Joseph became ruler, and that Pharaoh concept, they get so mixed up because it sounds like he's going to take over America, okay? But if you don't have a full understanding of the entry key, you wouldn't get that because he ends up, let me move on, if I can show that. Hmm? See, so when the 4 winds blow, that's when they say they would attack the grain. And when that happens then, and Joseph, you know, the vision is complete. Joseph gets the golden ring. So the bottom line, I'm not doing all the detail. I'm just getting the bottom line here, basic, right? Because obviously the demons got to go and all that kind of stuff. But that's what it's saying, basically. So it's telling you, and Joseph comes in charge, the famine's over. When the 4 winds blow, that means that's when we resurrected. Okay, leave it there. Leave it there, brothers and sisters. Leave it there. Who can stand? And this gets back to, I bring, oh, Jesus coming. No, he's not bringing love. What's that, Marvin Gaye? Love conquers hate, really? When is love conquered hate? Where? Show me where. If that's the case, why not Jesus bringing back love? Only love can conquer hate. See, that's shit that they write for you. See, they tell you, oh, we've got to be forgiving. Wouldn't they tell you that? Wouldn't a thief tell you, don't steal? Because they want you to steal back from them. The mafia tell you that. They go steal from everybody else. But then if you steal from them, man, they really come at your ass. Okay? So the thing is, right? I made a note myself here. Make sure it's, where you here? Hmm. I think I made a note about this. Anyway, the ones they tell you, oh, you got to follow the scripture. Scripture, you got to forgive. Okay, you also say you got to not rape, you got to not kill, you ain't doing that kind of stuff. But you gonna give me advice on what I'm supposed to do. But you ain't doing anything that you're supposed to do. See, because you can rape, kill, and all that. Well, it said the Bible shouldn't be doing that stuff, right? But then you tell me the Bible said, yeah, but you got to forgive. So in other words, you can do all that shit, and I got to just pass it over. Is that how it works? See what I'm saying? But we buying that stuff, right? because the vectors they put on here is God's going in a crazy direction. See? I mean, if you have the vector, your natural vector is this way, and they put a vector this way, now you're thinking that off at an angle where it don't make any damn sense. If you want to get that away, that's the way your nature is. So they got you thinking against yourself. That's why I said the man was fighting against himself. Because the vectors that we're supposed to. That's when he's trying to get the hell out of here. Okay? But the primary vector right now, false Israel, but the point is that, because I said, wow, like I said, I put a thing out not long ago. I said, would you see a false Israel, you know, that people call themselves Jews, right? Even right there. Jesus called them out. He said, you fake, you're liars, you're synagogue of Satan. So how do they, hey, wait a minute, something wrong with this picture. But would you see one of them walking around with a swastika around their neck? You say, man, that guy's crazy. He's out of his mind. He must be insane. Why did he walk around with a swastika on their neck after what the Nazis did to them? Then why in the hell you walk around a cross around your neck? Well, they did much worse to you than they did to them, and for hundreds of years. And you ever watch these movies? Every time I got a movie with black folks in it, they always got one black person got a cross around his neck. Always do that. That's part of the vector. That's part of the vector. Keep you thinking. See? Propaganda's vector. It's mental vector. They find out where the weakness part is, right? They want you to go in a certain direction, so make sure they put a vector in there going that direction. See? They don't do this like off the cuff. See, back in World War II, the Nazis got very good at that. See, Goebbels was like, they call him the master propagandist. And so after the war was over, right, they grabbed all the people that was part of that propaganda campaign, all of them. That's what they did. This is a fact. Google it. And they brought them to America. They took the Nuremberg trial, that kind of stuff. They bypassed that, brought them to America. They had them teach the American journalists and everything else how to do that. That's a fact. They took the scientists and the propagandists. That's a fact. Google it. Take my word for it. And the primary purpose, because we the biggest threat, because they do all this evil to us. We're a nation, we're sitting inside a nation, but they can't have us see us as a nation because now you got a war. We can't become a cohesive nation because then they got a war. Because man, we want to do it like we want to do it, but they make us do it like they want us to do it. So we have to follow their laws, which is against nature, and be doing 305 years. That was the law. That was the law. They was applying the sealed Bible law, right? So they were successful at it because that's the law. You know, we had engine deprivations, we were slaves, we didn't have no power, right? So that worked doing that, but now that's the ending. It doesn't work anymore. That's why wisdom is failing. It's being destroyed. You see? But they studied us, and they say, okay. That whole thing about Willie Lynch. They didn't call it vectors. We said, okay, you got to tell them this. They got to tell them this. And they set these vectors up to keep us divided, confused. And that's why Master Muhammad showed up, right? With a vector that puts back on the right course. And Elijah Muhammad picked it up and was working. And they had, oh, no, we got to stop this. He unite this nation. And Farrakhan come here to counter that vector. See, from a mathematical point of view, everybody's exposed, everybody shows up. Understand? We see it from a mathematical point of view. See? So I say study vectors. I told somebody study vectors. Yeah, I'm studying vectors. They come out with some bullshit. I'm Mr. Stupid Cupid. Boy, I tell you. Ooh, it's not a game. Some people gonna find out the hard way. I say experience leaves scars, sometimes fatal scars. You understand, your brothers and sisters? So they put these vectors to keep you just. So I had, and I said, So I had to fight those vectors. I don't know how many, right? He gave me the right directions in some case, right? But I still, because get the angel. Once you get the angel, that means you've overcome all those vectors. And get total focus. But they telling us stuff, love conquers hate. That's a vector. Love don't conquer hate. We say in the Bible, love conquers hate. Where? And that's right, this right here. I come to set fire on the earth. He ain't come with love. He come with hate. You mean you love people and you put them in hell and destroy them? Or you hate them? If we don't hate people what they did to us, we don't hate these devils what they did to us, he take hate out of the dictionary. What do you want to call it? You mean, what did God say? He said he loved Jacob but hate Esau. If he loved this world, why is he getting rid of it? Why did he send the flood? Did he hate, when he said the flood to drown everybody, did he hate him? He loved him? Or it didn't matter? He hated them. So he drowned them. Men, women, and children. Is that genocide? So he got you going and coming, brothers and sisters. Going and coming. Okay, I'm going to just talk about one of these topics here. Dilemma. War. This is where we are right now, the war. I'm going to talk about this first. I got all these topics I want to talk about to finish off this dilemma. So this is, I got to this point. Right, so let me go on. Now, I'm going to just talk about this and then I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. Because I see a lot of things I had to talk about, so I'm going to get those out. So I'm going to finish this tomorrow, the next day. At the time of the end shall the king of the south push at him, and the king of the north shall come against him like a whirlwind. Now, these guys, you haven't found anyone yet, anybody paying attention to angel, that figures any of this stuff out. Damn fair. One verse in angel, not one, not even close. You got this son of man out. Oh boy, when they get a hold of him. See, the thing is, he might be better off. The son of man got hold to him, because now people get a hold of it when time comes, and they kick out Legion, Farrakhan, and they face with tribulation. One thing I want to know is, did you know anything about this? Because they're going to be in shock, because they weren't expecting this. They're going to feel fear too, because the fear going to hit them too when this great fear comes. But they don't come out of it. Some of them miss anyway. They'll be shocked too. And not only that, now they know they got to go through tribulation. At that point, they're nervous because they don't know what I've been telling you about. The 5 pillars and all that kind of stuff. Because right now, all they see is land. Damn, we got to go to this damn furnace. That's where they see it right now. Until they start applying those things, they find out, hey, no hair, not hair be harmed. Right? But just it don't happen right away. Because you just because you serve slop right now, that don't mean solve all your problems. You got to, you get stronger and stronger. Your hearts get firm. You say slop one time, your heart get totally firm. No, it's get firmer and firmer. More firm, the less fear you have. So you go into tribulation. At some point, right, you pick up speed with it. No, yeah. Nothing will harm you. But initially, you're going to be under shock. You're going to feel all those things because you don't have them in there. You don't have 5 pillars. You don't have the angel. So you're going to feel the shock. You're going to feel the panic. You're going to feel all of that. And some people will be lost. If no hair in your heart be harmed, how some people lost? So you got the initial phase. I mean, anybody pay attention to this initial phase. And then you start doing this. And as you're doing it, right, then you come to the point where now you neutralize, right, what they come at, the resistance they come at you, you neutralize. Then it doesn't bother you anymore. There's no hair in your head to be harmed, but you're going to get. But most of the people ain't there. So initially, they're going to feel the shock, they're going to feel the fear, all of that stuff. They're going to wonder, the first thing they're going to wonder is, how come we weren't prepared for this? How come anybody was tell us about the measure of the covenant? See? How come, you know? And now and they're going to, like I said, what they see is never, all they see is they got to go through tribulation, which is hell, the worst time of pressing in trouble. And all the hell, and they're going to understand at that point, with that, they not understand what it means. They're going to be information line. Well, I shouldn't. That's the word. I'm just making it up, right? Be informed, right? That it's going to be cannibalism. It's going to be chaos, war, attacks. The whole. Oh man, we got to go through all that. They don't have a protection at that time, and they may not. And they only got the promise that they're going to be given food. So they're going to be on the panic, on the chaos that time. And then first they're going to look around and say, well, damn, how come nobody tells this stuff? They can't look at me. I've been telling for 30-some years, you got the proof out there. So why do we know about this? Wesley? Son of Man? Jeffrey? Some of the people that claimed they was with the angel, had one clown, he came, oh, he's the wisest man on the planet. Just when I say something all of a sudden, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, excuse me. Now I had to say it that way, because that's the way he came across. So he's true. His whole seed is gone. So he came across. I mean, he attacked me. I'm the wisest person on the planet. That's what he's telling everybody. But just when I say something, I'm a fool. I can't say anything. Why are you going in? See? That kind of shit I deal with. I didn't ask him to come here. I did not ask him to come here. I ain't asking anybody to help me. He don't come up here with his bullshit. You see? Then you got other ones. One just outright lied to me. You can't lie to me but once. That's it. Because it says all liars are thrown into the lake of fire. All liars. If you got injured, you're not a liar unless you lie to your enemies. And if you lie to me, then you consider me your enemy. I explained that very clearly. I said, I lie to my enemies. That's what's supposed. That's self-preservation. That's not a lie. That's truth. Not supposed to tell your enemy what you're doing. But lie to them. It's not even in the Quran. The Quran, you know, they mislead me. I'm not going there. So if you lie to me, that means you made me your enemy. So now you get the price of being an enemy. You understand? They did it themselves. I don't have time for it. Got one come in with that one, but then others come out with some bullshit. They try to bullshit me on some stuff. I mean, you know about, y'all know about vectors. I don't have time for that. So you mark yourself. Blame yourself for it. Look in the mirror. What you see is what you built. So, you have the king, the king, talking about the king of the south. Now, these clowns out there, right? Like I said, Ishmael, Wesley. Now people are going to know, well, why didn't you know anything about this? Okay? And I said, and I said, don't you know you judge angels? And they might be better off with me than with them. Because they're going to be under panic, they'll be angry. And the women and children got to be involved in this because of what these clowns did or what they didn't do. They should have knew better. They should have got behind this, been on top of this. Okay? 100%, not 99.9. I can't say I haven't been. And they're going to take, they're not going to be friendly with you. Because they're going to blame you for for not being prepared for this they got to go through. Especially if you're supposed to know about it and didn't do anything. Hey man, there was a bridge. We've got this here, and the other side is safety. And all we needed was a bridge. And they got all these metal beams here, right? And all you had to do was put the beams together, build a bridge. And you said, just look at the damn beams. And now it's time to go. We can't go because there ain't no damn bridge, because you said, I'm looking at the damn beams instead of putting them together so we can get across that damn bridge. What do you think they're going to do to you? What do you think they're going to do to you? Now my wife, the enemies coming after us, right? And now they're going to be lost in this battle. We could have just walked across the bridge because all you had to do is put the beams in place. All you do is, you say you saw the beams, you saw the angel, you say you see it, 100%. So how come you didn't build a bridge then? So you explain that to them, see how they think about it. See? Anyway, it says the king of the south should push at the king of the north. Now you talking these old evangelists and everything, they try to tell you, oh, the king of the south was, king of the north is Germany. King of the south is America, so I don't know. Somehow I forget how they say it. But they say, I know the kids said the king of the north probably Germany. No. That's Iran. And this is happening right now. America's pushing, the king of the south is pushing them. They're pushing at them right now. This is timely, it's about to happen. And he said, the king of the south should come here like a whirlwind while he's pushing. So that means preemptive attack on those planes? That's what it's saying. This gives more detail than because it tells you, it says, the war broke out in heaven and Michael's angels fought against the dragon's angels. And they fought back. So it sounds like, if you read that literally, that Michael's angels, they make the first move. So the war broke out in heaven, and Michael's angels fought against the dragon's angels, and the dragon fought back. So that means it's preemptive. They can make their move first, because they've been threatened. When I was growing up, you threatened me, that was your ass. I didn't sit around here and wait you to do something. If you threatened me, I was on your ass right then. I didn't wait till you throw a punch. He's threatening me. You better not hit me. What? I ain't play a game. You threatened me, you might as well hit me. Because you come and threaten me, I was right on your ass. Bam. I mean, one time I was in military in Germany, right? So I kept to myself pretty much, right? And like we had this, we was permanent, right? What do they call it? So I shared this room with this guy, right? And so we had, it was two bedroom. And there's this guy called, other blacks, they didn't like me too much. Because I was always in fights with these devils, and they didn't like it. I had a problem with that, right? Because they used to be mad at me because I was kicking devils. I didn't care. I wasn't afraid of devils. I could understand why they were. It was mostly from the South. But I didn't understand it like I understand it now. And like I said, I never took any bullshit from anybody. Because my father was hardcore. And after him, boy, I never took any. After 5 years of here, boy, ooh, he made me a Navy SEAL, special for everything. He did it because he put something on my ass. So when he was when I was 14, I was a man. I was ready to go, right? So I never took any bullshit from anybody ever, right? So, and every time these devils, they was come at me, they just come at the other, they'd be good, and man, I get in fights with them, and they never put me in stockade or nothing for it. So I guess the white guys, they were surprised. They said, I guess this nigga, man, he fight back or something. I don't know. They never wrote me up for it. I was always in fights with them. I guess they were surprised to see something like that, right? So anyway, this dude came in, a new dude came called Deadeye. They call him Deadeye. He's from Arkansas somewhere. Put me tough, right? So they had schooled him on me, right? So, I said, I kept pretty much my distance because they didn't bother me. I bothered them. I said, because I never was a follower and all that kind of stuff. And all the blacks dudes, they, like I said, they used to get mad at me. And they just attack me because I was kicking white folks. But right? Anyway, that's a long story. So one day, Deadeye showed up. I hadn't met him. I heard about him. He was a super tough guy. I call him Deadeye. So one day, man, this afternoon, after work, and he comes, somebody knocked on my door. Boom, boom, boom. We had a private room. Boom. Yeah. I said, who is it? It's Deadeye. I said, what you want? I want you. Oh, he's going to punk me. I said, okay, wait a minute, right? So I had to put my shirt on, right? Open the door. I went on him, right? I ain't waste no time. Knocked him out. He was bleeding all over the place and everything else, right? So somebody called a sergeant, night sergeant. They came and got him. I remember the brother. This was the brother, Roberts, I think his name was. He was a night sergeant, right? They took him to the hospital and they were fixing him. Nobody said a damn thing to me. I didn't get no write up or nothing, right? Then I ain't mess with me no more. Right? So I wasn't that type of guy that says, okay, I'm gonna argue with you, fight. No, you want to argue? Hey, blip, 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 sober. Got time for the bullshit. Right, so I never heard dead out of no bull. Right, so that's me. I said, people, you don't know me. I don't know where I look to you. Maybe I look like a tutti frutti or something. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's where I look. But that ain't how I am. And people find out the hard way. Right? So it sounds like, if you read that together, like Aranta makes the first move. But man, the Master Rama's going to be with them. He's their 12th man. And I'm going this right now because this is happening as we speak. And they thinking right now that they're telling Iran they need to do a preventive strike because they got those B-52s, nuclear capable, not too far offshore, that they say is going to attack Iran maybe with nuclear weapons. So this could happen while I'm speaking. So everybody can say, I'm not Farrakhan. Watch the weather. No, this speaks directly to that. Directly to that. So that's what you're going to see in a couple more days. And what it sound to me is they're going to make the first move. They're going to go at preemptive. That's what it says to me. Because it says, Michael's angels made war with the dragon's angels, and dragon angels fought back. So that sounds like Michael's initiates it. But they've been threatened. So Saddam Hussein was stupid. When he was threatened, he waited until the punch came. And the punch knocked his ass out. You threaten me, I don't wait till the punch come out yet. You can wait till the punch come. Because it's coming immediately. Okay? So if you was bullshitting, that's your problem. You should have been over here bullshitting and bluffing. So that's why I'm telling you this right now, brothers and sisters. This is happening as we speak. This is happening right now, where we are right now. And they say he gave him he's already they said they're putting everything in place right now. If you read, everything's in place. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Here it is. Occurred war in heaven. Michael and angels of him to the war with the dragons and angels, and the dragon warred the angels. They warred back. They fought back, but they lost, and they was thrown out of the Middle East. That's what it says right there. See? And then when it does that, it says the dragon, talking about House of Saud, the Shia, Sunni, right? They're going to attack. Oh, don't show it here, maybe the next one. They're going to attack the Nation of Islam. Because the point is they stay on our land. And they've been attacking us all the time anyway. They're paying Farrakhan, they're paying Wallace and everything else. They'll stop us. There's help fueling that vector. Stop us from talking about that's our land. We ain't going nowhere. Okay, I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Well, maybe look at this quick. Let me see what's happening here. Okay, it says here's, and through the dragon out of the mount. Okay, this is where attacks the Nation of Islam. all blacks actually, because they can't distinguish between the demons and the saints. But this is where it's talking about where they attack. I said, everybody's going to attack us. Because you didn't know. Farrakhan's telling you, remember, again, he's telling you, hey man, we got to be with the Sunnis. He let them out when he let them in the temple. But now we got to pray with them. That's the golden calf. See? So we got to go along. And if we become Sunnis, then there's no promised land to us because they already got it. Ishmael got it. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. But it's talking about, I said, we got all these wars we got to go through. So all the Sunnis here, they're going to attack us too. Fight wars and everything else, they're going to attack us here. We're going to attack by Esau, attack by Ishmael, right here. The devils. All of it. That's the tribulation. You see, if you look at the angel, the ark, right? You see under the ark, you see the NOI. And right in the middle of the Sunni, which is the golden calf. Right? It says Elijah took and made him drink of it. That's no story again. I'm not going to explain that. Right? See, they're not in the ark. Right? But they're just above the water, so they're in the tribulation. That's about there. Move on. And this is when Farrakhan goes down. See, her voice, heaven said, right now become the salvation and the power and the kingdom of the God of us, and through the Christ of him, because we're strong, the accuser of our brethren of us, accusing them night and day. That's Farrakhan. You're sinful, you're wicked. He goes down at the same time. That's what I'm saying. Right now, that's what I've been talking about for years, and now we're right there. We're finally right there. This is going to happen within a few, maybe hours or days. As soon as that war starts, you're going to see all these things. You're going to see false Israel going down. You'll see red nations immediately come together, see the great army. You're going to see Farrakhan going, right? Nation Islam coming, right? All suddenly, because those vectors are destroyed, and now all of a sudden the nation comes together. And then when they come together, that's resistance. Everybody's here. It's going to come after them. Esau, Ishmael, all of it. And that's what's going to happen. Okay. And then it says they got a brief, because remember that when the four winds have to blow first before they come together. That means you got that brief period where you're in the shock, you're in the fear. Because when they will attack you, that's part of the panic and everything. So in other words, you can still be harmed because you don't know that. You don't have the 5 pillars yet. You don't have all that. You don't have the injury yet. So you're going to be in shock, you're in panic. And then you come together. Assume I'm right there. First, he's going to be right there to give it to you. But it's still, you got to install it. You got to activate it. And so a lot of people can be lost in the process. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. But that's what you're going to see almost immediately and not sooner. Immediately, not sooner. That's what I'm telling you right now, in detail, what's about to happen here. Not watch the weather, in detail. And that's where we are right now. Because right now they're saying Iran should, preempt, preemptive attack. They said war is inevitable. Everybody knows it. And I've been talking about it for years, and now we're here. So at what point? And they said if Iran's going to preempt, they should do it immediately. Take out all those bombers. Trump's pushing. His credibility's on the line because if you don't make this deal, we're going to attack you. Well, he's threatening. So if you was threatening, remember Iran, they're the Persians. They used to be black, right? They're the ones that invented chess. So you threaten somebody to punch you. They already threatened you. That was their mistake. You threatened me, that's your mistake. We should start punching. If you're going to threaten me, you should start punching before you threaten. Because you telegraph what you're about to do. Well, I'm going to say, no, wait, you do it? That's what happened to Saddam Hussein. You threatened me. Think about it. You threaten me. So you'll telegraph what you're about to do. So I'm supposed to be stupid enough to sit and wait you to do it? You were stupid enough to tell me what you're about to do, so I go ahead and take you out. Knock your ass out before you can do what you're going to do. Otherwise, I'm sitting and let you knock me out. Think about it. That's where we are right now. And it's based on what this is saying. It says Iran's going to make the first move. That's what it sounds like to me. It says war broke out in heaven. Michael's angel fought against the dragon, and they fought back. I mean, right? And then the other one I just showed just now, right? That's, not this one. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna get back to it that way. Oh, King of the North. That's what it says here too. It says the King of the North should push him. That's what America's pushing at him. So he said this move as while they pushing, this they attack him. They're pushing at him. Okay, get it? That's what I'm reading it. And they're pushing. And that's what it said, Iran. What's Iran saying? We attack, we're gonna tear everything, we're gonna blow up everything, we're gonna kill any country that helps you, we're gonna take out all your military, 50,000, everything. That's what it says. Come back at a whirlwind. Isn't that what it's saying? Isn't that what they're talking about? Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulaiman Rahim here, Mission of the Covenant, breaking 7 seals. Okay, I have a special for you today, brothers and sisters. And I'm going to endeavor to keep it short. I keep saying that, make myself a liar, but I'm going to try. Fear. If you've been paying attention to the internet, I mean, whether you can trust that stuff or not, it's amazing. Because it's like they're immune to what they're saying. I mean, these are people that's in government, right? High levels of government, right? And they're saying America is doomed. It's not going to be around. False Israel's going down. And they act like it's not going to affect them. Oh, yeah, it's going to affect them. But it's okay. But fear. Understand what I'm trying to explain about fear. Fear, the bottom line of fear is control. You lose control. The more you lose control you lose, the greater fear. And so America's been losing control. It's been losing control of us since so-called Civil War. And the fear of us is growing, growing, growing. And they're doing all kinds of things to alleviate that fear shrewdly, as the Bible says, where you don't know it. Okay? They maintain control over you. Okay? They knew in America, because of capitalism and everything, right? The more money you have, the more control you have. So they make sure you don't have any money. They sell your jobs overseas in China. Now China's become a powerhouse. Okay? But they think they'll use that against you. They say bring all those Indians in. They take the AI jobs. All these are plans against you, brothers and sisters. I've talked about it in detail, so you can go and look at it. I'm keep this short. But they're losing control. And so here you're taking, you lose control, you're trying to gain. Isn't that what Trump's whole thing's about? We got to make America great again. We got to get control again. We got to take Greenland. We got to take, and then he's saying, wait a minute. Well, Iran's getting ready to take all it. Well, anyway, wait, hold it. See that's crazy, are? You saying you're going to take all this, but somebody else do it isn't bad, but you're going to do it. Russia taking Ukraine. Brothers and sisters, let's move on. I'm going to keep it short. I'm going to got a special little, I'm going to explain. But it says, men's hearts failing them of fear, those looking upon those things which are coming upon them, the earth. Now, if you believe that they actually can see in the heavens beyond sun, moon, and stars, and you're out of your damn mind. No, we're talking about the Middle East. And they're going to see something over there that's going to create great fear. Just in seeing it, just in witnessing it, not the actual experiencing it. The experience is going to be far worse because they anticipate the experience. They say they're looking after those things that's coming. The experience is not there. It's just witnessing. So if they're witnessing, hearts are failing, getting strokes, seizures, right, and everything, right, just in the witnessing, what's going to hell happen when they experience it? I keep telling you about this is unprecedented, and most all of you don't get it because you're still thinking, oh, in the luxury of your whatever you got, your little house, your little home, or whatever, you got your little other, right? Hey, bring me some food. Get in the bed. Whatever. And you're looking at the world from that perspective. That's gone. It's gonna be gone in a minute. Then you're gonna be in it, and you're gonna find out ain't nothing like. I keep telling you, you got your perspectives all wrong. People can't make that. Anyway, let's move on. So this is just say that's why I elect him, because he's supposed to alleviate that fear. He's supposed to turn all this around and let the fear make America great again. It means make fearless, remove all the fear, because there's great fear in America right now. This is before the anticipation of what they're seeing. There's great fear in America right now. See? And the fear of you. I'm not going to get distracted. I was going to go. That'd be a 20-minute session right there. But their power has evaporated. You know, Magog, their power was going. They didn't realize it until they really got the crap kicked out of them. They didn't realize because they was world power. They had control of all the nations. And they lose control, but they didn't realize it until it was. America doesn't realize they have no power either. And they're bluffing. They're bluffing, and they're bluffing you. They have no power over you anymore. And I will destroy the wisdom. If you understand these things, it means all that. That means their whole reality, everything is to be destroyed. There will be no success. Everything will fail. That's what it's saying. Everything will fail. Because that means whole reality is kaput. It's over. Winter's over, spring's coming in. And nothing Trump does will prosper. It will all fail. All of it. Destroy it. It's written. But he's the one, he's elected. And pretty soon, when he grumps up against Iran, they're going to realize he cannot accomplish that, and fear will overtake this country. And he's going to end up a horrible way because they're going to blame him. That's what they do. You know? See, it's like a man alive flees from a lion and runs into a bear. Then get home, and a snake gets him. There's no hope. One thing leads to another. Okay, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to give you a short explanation of that parable in Joseph. Like I said, I'm lately. Oh, that should be Luke 21. That Luke 21, bro. Hold on. I know I took that. Hold on for a second, bro. It don't take but a second to remove that. Let's get old time or something, bro. I know I removed that. Let me change something else because I'm going to do something special here, so I might as well go ahead and change it now. Okay, there's a parable in Joseph. I'm gonna go ahead and explain that parable, and then I'm gonna close, brothers and sisters. Like I said, I've been going in and much of the Bible, like I said, I haven't explained because it was a choice between keep on studying or getting information out. And the point was getting information out, right? So I've been going in. By the time I don't really have much time. I spend 4 hours at the gym now, some between 4 to 5 hours at the gym, right? I cook dinner in the evenings. Makes a lot for a meaningful period of time, right? What else? A bunch of other things, right? And then sometimes it takes 2 hours, right? Just to get a presentation out, but sometimes it takes 2 or 3 hours just to put it together. So I don't have time to be BSing around and monitoring other people. I don't have time for that. Right? It's too important. Anyway, moving on. Now, you can read at your leisure, brothers and sisters. This is Joseph, right? Story of Joseph. I'm not going to read it, right? But it's there. So you can read at your leisure. I'm just going to talk about the main points. He's having this dream. Okay, maybe no, I don't have to read here because I got it down here. And see here? Actually, oh boy, hold on. Okay, to read this. This is a dream that Joseph had. We're going to interpret it, right? And it says his dream is dream was 7 good, kind, or that's like corn or something, right? Or 7 years and 7. Well, let's back up to the previous one. Oops, no, I got to go there. Okay, and 7 thin and 7 and dream is 1, and the 7 thin ill-favored kind that came about them are 7 years, 7 empty years blasted with east wind, with 7 years of famine. Okay, I don't like. I must have missed this. Yeah, I did. I somehow messed up. Somehow I messed. Hold on, bro. Sis. I'm gonna have to fix this. I did something wrong here. Give me a second. I did something wrong. Much time it take me? I spent time doing this, bro. So I still mess up. Now what happened here? Why is it showing up like that? Okay. What the hell's going on here? Why is it showing up like that? Well, they ain't doing something about this because it's showing it out of order. Well, they ain't even doing something, so what can I do? What can I do? And something was wrong here. Oh, nope. Something was wrong here. Give me a second, bro. See if I can find what's happening here. This is weird. It really is. Oh, boy. Fixed all this. This was fine. I know I fixed this. So I'm not even going to sweat it. I don't know why it's jumping around like it is. Let me just do a little test here. I suppose that was, what's it doing there? Oh, okay. Okay, I have some idea what's going on. Hold on. Let me show this. Nope, I want that. Okay. It's weird, but go with the flow. Trying to give me a stroke or something, I guess. Okay, I'm just right there, bouncers. 1 second here. Okay. I think I fixed it. It was showing out of order for some reason. Okay, let me try this one. That'll keep it short now. Okay. Okay. All right, let's go for it. Let's try it again. Okay, see here. It says, came to pass in the two full years, Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, he stood by the river, and behold, there came up, and some trailers had Nile River. They put that in because they're assuming things. It's just a river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kind and fat-fleshed, and they fed in the meadow. Behold, 7 other kind came after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean flesh, and stood by the other kind upon the bank of the river. And the ill-flavored one, the lean-fleshed one, did eat up the 7 well-flavored fat kind, right? Okay. And it does say, I didn't copy the whole thing. And then later it says, and behold, 7 thin, hold it. And he dreamed a second time, behold, 7 years of corn came up out upon the stalk, seven rank and good, and behold, 7 thin ears blasted with the east wind sprung up after them, and the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 rank full ones. Okay, now let's point out a couple things here. Now it says, now there's 4 things here. There's 7 cows, and then there's 7 bear cows, right? Basically. Then you got this what do you call it? Stalk. How do you refer to it? Okay, ears of corn, right? You got the ears of corn. It's 7 of them, right? And then that's on one stalk. 7 camp on one stalk, right? But the other ones they separated to 7, right? And 7 came after them, and 7 that's what, and then there was east wind. So let's put this together. You got 2 sets of cows, 2 sets of stalks. That's 4. Then you got this wind, right? Which we'll talk about that in a minute, right? Sprung up after them, but that goes back to the 7 years of famine. Okay, let's move on. Okay, here it is right here, and okay, he explains it again, right? And 7 thin ear flavored kind that came after them are 7 years, and 7 empty ears blasted east wind should be 7 years of famine, right? So the 7 years come up, right? So there's a 5th thing that's reflect. So it's 4 things there. It's 2 cows, 2 stalks, right? And then there's the 7 winds, or 7 years of famine, right? Now what I did here is I put that what that means, because remember, everything is talking about the same thing from different perspective. And so, because it says these cows, but there was no change in them once they ate them. So it was like it didn't eat them at all. Because that's what's telling you, it didn't eat them at all, right? It devoured them, but there was no change in them. It was like they had never eaten anything at all. So because that's talking about these 2, they're together. They're trying. It's complicated. Like I said, some of these are complicated. It took me a while to put this one together, right? But you have to understand your key. Now, I never really thought about this. I never really thought about that much in the past. So I took a look at it this week, right? Okay, and then you got the see, I got the grain, right? And remember the wind, they're connected with the grain. So, but they're connected with the grain, right? Because there's, okay, hold on, let me see how they say it. Okay, here it is. And 7 thin and still favored kind that came up after them are 7 years, and 7 empty years blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. So it's the wind. This blasted grain. This grain was on one stalk. See, this is one stalk instead of like the other ones. It's about the original nation. And when this gets this one, it doesn't say devour is not there anymore, right? It's a 7 blasted, right? And so therefore that's what happens. So here's the 7 bad years. This is famine. As European countries, talking about energy deprivation, they call it famine, but well, it's a famine. Right? That's what we're talking about, brothers and sisters. So when you go next here, right? And so that's when the winds hit. So what it's telling you here, right? And 7 then is favor kind, and there came 7 years, and 7 even after years blasted, the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. Right? Okay. So famine came with Europeans under control. That's during the famine. And then, okay, what's happening here? Okay. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Another issue here. Hold on. It's very uncomfortable, like I said, that whole I've known the setup and I don't like it. Gotta get used to it. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, got the wrong one, that's why. That's why. Okay. So look at this one here. Right. Oh, 7 years of great plenty throughout the land. That's after famine. And then she would rise up 7 years of famine. With 7 years of famine, right? That's the. Excuse me, I said this wrong. After the famine, right? Then plenty shall be, and the plenty shall be forgot in the the famine. In other words, people can forget about the good times because the famine's gonna be so bad, right? And famine shall consume the land. And deprivation will have total control of the land, and plenty shall be known in the land by reason of the famine following, for it shall be very grievous. Famine shall be very grievous, right? And 7 ill favor client that came after them are 7 years, and 7 empty years blasted with the east wind should be 7 years of famine, right? So don't get locked into that year thing, right? And behold, there came 7 years of great plenty throughout the land. That's the right after devils are taken out, right? And then should rise after them 7 years of famine, and plenty should be forgotten. Oh, I just said that. Okay. And okay, here it is. What it's telling you is when Pharaoh, I'm focusing on this part right here. Pharaoh took off his ring from land and put it upon Joseph's hand and raised him a vest of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck, about his neck right here. See, always it's telling you. What it's telling you? It's telling you that there'll be any deprivation, and it won't be over until the 4 winds blow. That's when the resurrection takes place, right? At that point, that's when Suleiman has a gold chain around his neck because he's Joseph, and he has control over the land. That's what it's telling you. So it's telling you about in general energy deprivation, right? The famine was caused by Europeans. They're the famine. They're personification of the famine, right? And then when the 4 winds blow, that's when the famine comes to an end. That's what it's telling you. And if you notice in Daniel also gets a gold chain, and no one could figure out this parable but Joseph, showing he's the lamb. That's what it's telling you, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna leave it there. So look at your own ledger. My explanation's not that great because I kind of like had a little issue there, so I'll go look at it again, see if that was my mistake or somebody's in my system, because I had that straightened out, and then all of a sudden it wasn't working. Okay, so I'm gonna move on, bro. Since I'm gonna talk about something else, I'm gonna close out. Now, it's talking about the hell that's about to happen, brothers and sisters. Hell is about to happen. Right? When they talking about the Middle East right now, everybody's talking about it. It's just a matter of time. Matter of time, brothers and sisters. And we know how it's going to turn out. It's not going to turn out like anyone think it's going to turn out. Not even close. Oh, I figure I'm not even going to talk about this demon here. Okay, I'm talking about lenses, brothers and sisters, so you know. How the angel sees us. How the Shield Bible sees us. So I want to go in more of that, a little more. Okay, I want to show this, brothers and sisters, then I'm going to close out. Now, if you can make this out right, okay, this should be okay. Energy, discipline. Right? That's why I got this divider, energy, discipline. Energy, external energy, that's beyond energy that you need to maintain yourself. External energy. You have internal energy that you need to maintain yourself, and then external energy, which you use to control others, to do things, to work, whatever. That's external energy. Internal energy is what you need to keep your heart beating, your lungs, those type of things, right? Okay. So external energy times discipline is a power. It's power, right? So what I'm showing here is, okay, see this first driver here? This first one shows how much energy, internal energy. Oh, let me get this. Let me hold on about this. I can't. It's so small. I can't see it because I deal with this one. Sure. Hold on. Okay. Hold on, brothers. I got to make this larger. It's really small here because I'm locked into one display. It did something. I don't know what it did, and I can't put it. I used to move it around. Hold on a second. Okay. And follow this carefully, brothers and sisters, because the other graphic I have, well, I'm just going. Oh, boy. Okay, what I'm showing here is everybody got the same amount of energy, right? 2,400 units of energy. So I'm just showing, like here I say 20. Okay, that's how much external energy this person has. 20. See? So I'm actually showing, okay, how much external energy this person has. Right? Because they're more complicated, right? So how much external energy, that's why I said external energy they have. Because most of the energy used, right, is internal. So only have 20, we won't talk about in sense of power. So only have 20, right? 20 units of, I mean, I don't want to make this, I'm trying to make it simple, but I'm hoping to make it too simple. So you got 20 units of external energy. But he's got a lot of discipline because he's got a great structure. I really need to put all three variables here, but it gets more complicated, so I'm trying to keep it simple. So he's got a lot of discipline, so his discipline quotient is 120. Well, this person got 30 units of external because they have a low discipline. Their structure is weaker, right? So they have more external energy because they require less internal energy. And their discipline quotient is lower because they have a weaker structure. You have to connect the discipline to the structure. So the more firm your structure is, the more discipline you're going to have, right? Okay, so we're talking about here's a male, here's a female, black female, right? Then you get to the devils. Well, he's got only used 10 units of, excuse me, that's 40 units of external energy. He's got more external energy because doesn't require as much, because there's low discipline, low structure. So his discipline quotient is 60, right? Now, when I say, we not put that mark there because I'm saying that goes to all of these. This is the maximum, if he applies maximum discipline, the maximum discipline he can have is 60. Now remember, these are just numbers I'm putting there to get try to understand how this works, okay? And so then you go to the female, white female, and she got a lot more energy, right? Because she got much lower structure, right? So her structure is down to 30. Okay, these are relative numbers. Okay, so when you go back and look at this again, right, you say, okay, you most take the a discipline times the external energy, right? And that's how much power this person has. So in this case, he has 1,200, right? In this situation, right? Remember, that's if the energy is at a certain level. Now, here, she got 1,700. She got more power than this one, right? And so, oh, wait a minute, no, hold on. And you go over here, right? He's got even more power than her. Then you got the white female. She got more power than the male, right? But that's only if she uses maximum energy, maximum discipline. That's why I put that mark there, because her discipline, if she remembers the power, she got to apply maximum, then she has more power than him. If she does it. If he's doing the maximum, she does the maximum, right? Okay. But no, that's not the case. She's not doing maximum. Her discipline, because their discipline is crumbling. Same thing here, right? Same thing here. Now, what I'm saying about this, okay? What I'm saying is that in this particular situation, right, it changes because the amount of energy depends on the range as any change and how much discipline they're applying, right? So that's if he's applying maximum discipline. He can go up to 120, right? But does he apply 120? Because our people are not applying 120 right now. That means their power will be less because it's discipline times the amount of energy there. They have the energy, but they don't have the discipline, so their power is down. And we have to get them to maximize their power, maximize their discipline. See, okay, now, That's why the prophets had to keep coming to the devils, because their discipline kept declining and they was losing power. We said it was put in the cage for 2,000 years because they lost all the power. 1,000 years in Dark Age, the same thing. And they had the prophets had to come in and tell them, because the law was the discipline, scriptural. Now they make up their own laws. So I'm not going to go, I was going to go into that, but like I said, I'm having issues here, so I'm probably going into that more tomorrow. But the law you're supposed to follow is not man-made law, it's the law of scripture, because that tells you what, it tells you the laws that govern this particular season. So they make their own laws. Now, if those laws are inconsistent with the laws in Scripture, then they're fighting against consequence. They're fighting against consequence. And if they're fighting against to maintain those laws, that means they lose their energy. Because it moves more and more energy, it takes a lot of energy. See what I'm saying? So you're not efficient. And I don't think you understand that. See, that's how you start declining. Because you make your own laws and not consistent with the universal laws for that season, then you're fighting consequence over it. So now you got more resources to maintain those laws. You got to have law enforcement, everything else to maintain those laws. You understand? Because they're not consistent. Now the laws the general laws they have was consistent with the Bible laws, and so they were successful for 500 years. See? But now they've declined. All this transgenderism, LGBT, all this stuff, right? Well, they can put those laws in. Those laws are inconsistent with the laws of the season, the scriptural. So therefore, it takes a lot of energy to enforce those laws. So that means they're getting every week. And then they're trying to force you to obey those laws because they come after you if you don't obey those laws. See? I want to go in more detail about that, but I said I'll keep it simple. Maybe tomorrow I'll do that, right? Then I'll get back to my main topic. This is what's happening here. Right? So like I said, they come up, they make their laws. Right? So they fight against consequences. The laws is not inconsistent. So now the laws in the sealed Bible are don't apply, right, to the angel laws that's coming in. So everything they do, they fight against consequence. That's why it says everything they do will fail, right? And they'll backfire because they fight. Those laws cannot work. If they apply those laws, America apply those laws, right? They fight against consequence. They fight against consequence. Those laws are inconsistent with the times now, and it gets worse and worse and worse. So let me show you this. I'm going to talk about this again tomorrow, brothers and sisters, because I'm kind of thrown off a little bit by a little problem I had a minute ago. I'm going to have more. And see this right here? Now we see here, even though the female devil has more energy because she has less structure, it still depends on discipline. Now they're the most undisciplined on the planet. See? See there? That's that. They're the most undisciplined on the planet. So let me see if I can talk, go into more as I expect them to close. And so, because their discipline is lower, right, that means they have more energy but less power. So therefore, power yields to greater power. So the male, if he's applying discipline, he has control over the female, right? Because power is greater. His power comes in the form of quality. So his power comes in terms of quality control. So he tells her what to wear, how she do, what control her. But she can control it if she apply discipline, but if she don't, then now he tells her how she should act and everything else. So she's under control of a male, and you never see who she really is because what you see is the quality effect that's come from the male where he can't, it's going to be a male, the way the male sees it, not the way she sees it. Because he has power over her because her lack of discipline. And she's the most undisciplined on the planet. Because all the stuff he's talking about us, they walk around naked, and they get worse. This just means they getting worse than this. Because she's totally undisciplined. See? Now let's back up here for a second. Now I want you to watch this. See here. Here's a male, female, black male, black female. And he has the same problem here too. Right? Because, and I'm going to explain it a little more in a minute. Because she would have as much power, she'd have more power if she applied her discipline to maximum, but she doesn't. And so therefore, the difference is he has quality control, so he tells her how she should dress, how she should do this, how to do whatever, right? Because he has more power, right? That's when he's applying his discipline. When he's not applying discipline, she has more power than him. But if just in a general way, he applies more discipline, then now he has quality control over her. So he said, yeah, I need to dress this way. You need to act this way. You need to talk this way you carry yourself. Because you have quality control over her. See? Same thing here. So watch this. I'm really going to have special just for this bonus because this is a lot of information here. Right. Now she's over here looking at this one. Now we got devils and demons, but since we're under their control, we look to them like a child. How he learns how to act. You see how the mother and father act. So they're taking their cues from the devils and the demons. That's what one of you got to get rid of these demons. We got to get away from them because there's like Jay-Z, he walking around braids. Oh man, he's cool, he got braids, right? Really? See, then everybody start wanting to follow the example. See? So she's looking at this now, right? And so she said he had a little so she doesn't put her discipline either. Because you see, she acting like her. So she's acting with low discipline, so she starts acting like low discipline. Right? So what happens? And here she is, acting like that. Because she sees, that's why I get away from her, because she sees that. She's following that example. And we're doing the same thing. I'm not sure the between the white male and black, same thing. Because we're following their example. Because they got low discipline, and we think, okay, they said, let everything out, man, just power, just get higher. See what I'm saying? Because they're all about lack of discipline. And so you follow the example, and you start looking like them. Even though you have more discipline by nature, you're just not applying it. Right? And that's where the angel comes in. That's where tribulation comes in, you start applying your discipline. When you apply discipline, this won't happen. And plus, when you apply your discipline, you're back to this again. Now hold on, big prayer. I'm gonna go there. See, because it says male and female. So what happens is, right? That's why it says the female is 1 degree below the male because she has less natural discipline. Even though she has a lot, she has less. But when she applies it all, right, then her power comes up to equal his power. So therefore, she's equal. Right, equal in power. And that's what angel has to do, empower her to put it back on the throne again, equal in power. See, because she has less structure, so she has less discipline, but that's okay because we want that because she has a little more emotion than we. But the point is that her power, right, equal when she applies it 100%. Because remember, she will have more energy than us, but we have more discipline, right? But if she applies all her discipline, they're equal. See what I'm saying? Because 20 times 120 is equal to 30 times 80. Both of them the same amount of power. Even though she has more energy, she has less discipline. We have more discipline but less energy. That's what it's all about because she requires less energy to maintain herself. So once we get you apply yourself. Once you get thorough knowledge of yourself and apply yourself, then you don't have that power difference, power differential. then you're equal. That's what I'm trying to make here. And then the female, she's not under quality control of the male, so he doesn't tell her how to act, what she should do, all this kind of stuff. Because now her identity is coming forward because she has equal power to you. So now you see the black female who she really is, like you haven't seen since in the last 6,000 years. What you've seen is what we want her to be and what the devils want her to be. Since we're under devil's control, we see the black female from the devil's perspective. We don't see her from her perspective because you see, she followed it, or she ain't following the discipline. So therefore, we tell her what to do. We give commands to her and stuff, and we have quality control over her. See, now when a man is not applying his discipline, then she has quality control of him. So now he's acting like a female. I'm brazen everything else. So I'm going to talk about this again, because like I said, there's a lot of information here. I want to keep this short. But this is a very important point. I'm trying to get the math of what's going on here. Now, devils, they have a cap out. There was a cap how much discipline they have to say. So but the point is, since there's low energy, then they have power over us. But now energy is increasing, right? And we start applying discipline, we have power over them. There's nothing they can do about it. Once that happens, that's where that army comes together. There's no weapon they can prosper against you. That's what it's saying here, brothers and sisters. See? The same thing to white female. The point is, she being told what to do and everything else because she's not applying her discipline. And when you see you see the so-called females that become powerful, check them all out. They're more disciplined. They're disciplined. So they become more powerful than males, so then they're thrown over the males. They're disciplined. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I try to make it simple. Like I said, I could have made it a little, I didn't, anyway, I try to make it simple as possible. I'm trying to get you to understand that idea. See? So, what you see, like in Arabia, like right there, they can tell the women, oh, you need to dress this way. Why would we need to be telling them to do that? Because we have power over them. And the same thing with devils doing to us. They tell us how to act, don't they? We need to dress this way, we need to talk this way, we need to do this way. So they the man, because they have power over us. And it's inexcusable, because during the 400 years, yeah, but now it's inexcusable now. Because the point is, if you apply discipline, they have no power over you. None. And that's why you got to go to tribulation, because right now it's what Farrakhan's ideas of getting power over you again. I told you, when you lose control of something, power of something, you start getting fearful. So Farrakhan came to alleviate that fear. Hey, man, you got those people, man, you can't let them. Because remember, if you read this that so-called Coattail thing, FBI thing, right? That was the whole thing about it. They feared what would happen with Elijah's followers and everything else. So they put him in here to quit. Right? If you read the whole thing, they had fear. And that Elijah Muhammad was putting fear back in them again. That's why he put false Israel up there. They fear you. And once you see the angel message, they fear you even more. If you start, and I'm talking about recite it or just mirroring it. So once you start, right, lifting it like I just did with Joseph. See? And you don't see anybody out there doing that because they don't know. Because they got weak minds and low power, and this power is about to crush them. Oh, they're going to be crushed. No mercy given. And they too late to turn around, Mr. Son of Man. Ben X. Ishmael. See? It's too late. Because this thing is about to blow. But you understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? You got to get a discipline. Once you get discipline up, because you out there, look, wearing earrings, got hair braid and everything else, where's Daniel discipline at? You found somebody that has low discipline. So now your discipline is low, so now you wonder why the devil's got you. And your discipline dropped low enough, next day they got you in jail. They got so much power for you, they got you locked up in prison, in jail and everything. Because your discipline's so low. That's why I said, if those brothers in the prison, they start applying discipline, they will come out of there instantly. The devils could not hold them in there. They could not hold them in there. Power does not yield to lesser power. And that's what it's all about. Your situation right now is because of your power. That's the physical side of it. The quantity side of it. The quality side of it is a problem too. Because, I mean, they have power over you, but then since they have power over you, then the quality of the power, that means they're going to apply how they want you to be. It's like you have power, you have clay, you have power to mold it, right? That's the power, that's the quality, quantity. But then what you mold into, that's the quality. So they have power over us, because they have control of us, they have power over us. But the quality is what they make turns into niggas and everything. And so you walk around, you happy to be that, and you're afraid, and you're in fear because you're afraid to say something because their hatred of you might emerge because they hate you 100% because they change 100%. That's the problem, discipline. So somebody told me all this. I was talking about, I'm really paraphrasing because they didn't go this deep, but I got the message. Well, man, if you got power, man, like that, then you don't got to worry about the tribulation and everything, man, and you ain't got to listen to nothing else. Yo, okay, you go that way. Is that power going to let you swim that ocean? Because you ain't coming out of here. That's why you got to be delivered. That's one of the reasons why I was put in a situation. The only way you come out here is in the Lamb's Book of Life. You don't come in, we ain't going to worry about you no more because unless that power you got can make you swim the ocean. See, everybody got these ideas, these crazy ideas. Everything's been looked at and taken care of, covered. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Hope you understand what maybe too complicated here, right? So the problem right now is your discipline. You have enough energy, discipline. They've tried to get power of me for years and they haven't been successful. They threw me in jail, they did all kinds of stuff. They had to let me go. They couldn't hold me. They still come at me all kinds of ways, but it doesn't work. That's what the point I'm trying to make here, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. And actually, sisters, you got to apply discipline. Maximize your discipline. These brothers have no control over you whatsoever. If you go to here, you don't apply discipline, they're going to have control over you. That's why we're going to Chief Hodge. Because you got to make sure you're on the same wave as everybody else. Otherwise, your powers have to be equal to everybody else. Otherwise, we're going to force you out. So we're going to cover that too. Because you ain't going to come in and say, well, I got power. No, you got to have Chief Hodge. Because you maximize your discipline to Chief Hodge. Because we ain't have no bullshit. We'll give sisters a chance to achieve that. But Hodge means everybody has the same amount of power. That means everybody's got to maximize their, some people have low energy, but they have more power. Like I said, we have low energy than the sisters. There's energy because we need more we have lower in external, because we need more of it. But we have greater discipline, but they have more external, but the two together still come out the same power. And so everybody has to have the same power. Devils cannot achieve that kind of power. They cannot achieve it. See? Unless they maximize their discipline, they maximize it right, they still, see? They still can compete with us. But said those that do, those are the ones that we turn into servants. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. See? And did I include that here? You know what I'm saying? If they maximize, but they can't maximize, I'm saying, if they could maximize their discipline, they can't. That's why I put that thing there, because they can't. It's too difficult for them. If they did, they could come up to equal to us, but they can't. See? But we can. See? Their normal discipline, like I say, 60 here. Normal discipline really is about 30, somewhere around there. They can't max 60. That's too much to them. They can't do it. They max out about 30, somewhere around there. Hope you understand it, brothers and sisters. So that's your sisters, right? Discipline, power. Then nobody tells you what to do anymore. You but you got to achieve hearts. I keep telling you, you got to get the angel, you got to get your mind, and you also got to get your power. You got to have angel mind. You also got to have discipline. Okay? And all that comes together because remember, the angel is the law for this time. And Seal Bible doesn't work. So they fight against consequence. You apply the angel, then you're not fighting against consequence. Everything is in your favor. Hope you understand, brothers. I'll let it go. You turn your senses even have. They found low discipline. They found them. Say, hey, let's hang out. Low discipline. They found because these have no discipline, and they drop their discipline to be like them, and that. So there you go. They can come out of it. They can't. Okay, I'm not going to talk about any of this, bro. Okay, let's go. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. And so Carter started the program. I went to the program, right? And IBM provided the equipment and the instructors. Urban League provided the infrastructure, right? The office place and school, all that kind of stuff, right? And the company, the industry said they agreed, that they hire the top 10% of that class. And I came out number one to make sure. This was after Elijah Muhammad this departed. Okay, you was best suited. Again, ooh, can't have that. Well, let me back up industrial. Well, remember, then they sent all the industrial jobs overseas to China. They didn't want you to have them because you was best at it. The ones after all the devils took all they could because you was Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulaiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaking 7 seals. What's going on here? Brothers and sisters, this is the greatest time in history. And most people are not aware of it because they're going to be the victims of the greatest time in history. It's just a battle, right? You know, when the winter's coming to an end, you have a battle between the spring and the winter. And a battle between the two. And spring is going to win. That's why you need to understand the math of nature of the universe. Because right now we have a battle between 2 opposing forces. And the personification of those forces is the devils and the saints, or devils and the original people, Shabazz. That's more accurate. See? Because they're representing universe expands and contracts. So now it's contracting, the energy's coming back. But they represent the expansion phase. But the universe is going to, if you can't stop it, it's going to, so energy's coming back. See, because they was empowered when there was low energy. That means, because we're the people of the energy. You understand what I'm saying? So, we lost power because that was against us. The universe expanding was against us. That's why he had that story about the fire angels. They was trying to prevent the universe from expanding because they said, man, it's less energy for us. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. We lose control because the original being had total control of everything, total control of itself, total control. But now he doesn't have to. The being doesn't have total control, does he? Because you got the conflict between the male and the female, right? I mean, we interact, but still, there's not, right? Does one control the other? There's like, you know, it's with the animals also. See, they're wild. We don't control them, and we eat them and everything else, but still all right. Okay. The environment. See, you don't understand these things. And the initial being had total control of everything, total universe. Then he had to relinquish that control. Okay, get a bee's sovereignty. Okay, you go out and do this, right? Now we maintain a measure of control, but we don't, right? I mean, it's, but we don't control them. We don't, you understand what I'm saying? I mean, they're out there, they do their thing. Plants do their thing, the fish do their thing. That's why it tells you in Revelations, which you probably didn't pay attention to, right? In Genesis, it says they will get dominion over the earth. Didn't have it. We had lost it. And now we're trying to regain it. See, that's the math of that story. Like I said, I talk about things and I said, it's always the math. That's why I said, get it, learn Vex, learn the math. It said math the story. Because what it says? It tells, okay, I'll make man out of likeness and our image and get him a dominion over all the animals and everything. Well, that means you didn't have it. And now you're going to get it. Because now it means you're getting control. See? But you had lost control because you wasn't in the image of God. That make me lack the image. You lost control. So in Holocaust, we had lost control. See? But they're the personification of that. Because they took control from us. They took there was a final, who was losing control, and then finally, the last thing that we brought into existence, a beast that would speak to us, the devils, they took final control, took total control from us. We had lost total control, no control at all. It was in a state of great fear the whole time, because you had no control. It says, like they said, in the morning you wish it was at night, morning you wish it was morning, right? And your children be afflicted. It says you total. We had no. I'm trying to explain the simplest term, bro. So you had no control. So you was in a state of total fear and our people still in fear right now. Obey the law. Why we gotta obey their law? That's their law. And you go to jail. Oh, so they punish us if we don't do what they tell us to do. That's not what we want to do. That's not our law. That's their law. They brought us over here. They forced us into this. So our people still in a state of fear. Only fearless person, Master Muhammad's first fearless set foot on this shore. That's amongst us. And then he took the fear out of Elijah. Elijah had no fear. And then Elijah departed, and they put fear back in him. They let Farrakhan put fear back in him. Okay. And then Sumo come, he has absolutely no fear at all, none, zero. Because he got his mind. He took your mind from him, took everything. And so you live in fear. Oh man, if we do this, they'll put us in jail. We better pay the bill. That's fear. I gotta pay these bills, man. If I don't pay these bills, I'm gonna be homeless. That's fear. You live in a state of fear. Elijah Muhammad was taking that fear away from you. You had to pay their bills. I lived in his complexes. I had my car was financed through his bank. Not his bank, but the Nation of Islam bank. And so forth, so on. I was a night foreman from House Street newspaper. He's taking that fear away. And then Farrakhan put it right back in you. That's why you got to go to tribulation. Because now you got to, first of all, but to get control, you have to get your mind back. Otherwise, how you going to get control? Because right now, you have enough energy to control, but you don't. I mean, not total control, but you don't control yourself. Because the man was beating himself. That means he was in control of himself. He was in fear, hollering, screaming. He was in fear. Why? And the only thing that changed that was when this guy's mind back, it changed instantly. That means, right? The devils had control of his mind. Once he got his mind back, they had no control of him anymore. Right? It actually says that. It says no one can control him anymore. Not physically, but he still controlled his mind. And so therefore he was still. And so right now, fear. And so it's a war between the two. Between the universe contracting and the universe expanding. And now they cannot win this war. Because now we're being energized. It's impossible. They cannot win it. Just like the winter cannot win the war between it and the spring. It cannot. It's impossible. And so no matter what they say, what they do, right? Because, I mean, they're struggling, they're fighting, and they look formidable. Because when the spring, summer starts, when the wind starts transforming to the spring, the winter's still, you see, okay, Here comes time spring, right? Okay, you see the sun rise over the horizon, but the landscape is all cold. It's all winters, ice and everything else. So you look like the winters. The winters look like they're gonna win. When the spring starts coming in, it look like the winter, man, because they got the bunch, they got all the ice, they got the snow, they got the blizzards and everything else. The spring, man, just some rays of light coming over the horizon. Oh man, I ain't worried about that. Just a little heat. Yeah, but the heat gets stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. All of a sudden, the most snow starts melting. So what the hell's going on? And then you realize because of that heat that you wasn't paying attention to before. And then the heat gets stronger. As it gets stronger, when it gets weaker and weaker. See? But it's going to resist. The resistance becomes greater and greater and greater until eventually it's gone. That's what you're seeing right now in a nutshell. See? Because you see them, they got all the power. America, good superpower. And all, and here you got lose Suman, oh man, he just lose sunlight. Low angel, low vibrations. But their power seems to be fading. So why is their power fading, man? Well, I see lose sunlight, man. Why stuff is starting to melt? Right? And they feel like, hey man, they just put out that heat, put out that sunlight. Right? Put out this, we got all this ice and everything, man. No, you can't. And everything you try will fail. That's why it says, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, because it just will not work. And we see right now it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and they're becoming more and more trouble. And the whole idea is, look at it simply. The whole point is get control. See? Make America great again. Always trying to maintain control. That's the whole objective, man. Make America great again means get control back. He's saying, listen to what he's saying. Okay, we got to get control back. Right? And every day they say, oh, and then, well, he's going to do this, Trump. And has he accomplished any of those things yet? Now they tell me, oh, well, they thought we had a Russia deal, right? We going to hit it 124 hours? Now that's blowing up. They thought they had Iran tell them, go F yourself. And according to news, that's pretty much what they said. They might have said in Farsi, but I think it's a universal. Because the sun is getting stronger and everything else melting. And so what you do is look, hey man, look all the ice over there, man. I'm gonna go with the ice, man. Hell, look all the ice over there, man. I see a little heat, man, but hell, I don't see no flowers. I don't see any evidence of spring. It's just getting a little warm. So I'm gonna jump over there with the ice, man, because I know the ice gonna win. Okay? And that's where we see a lot of folks out there. Okay? Because they're part of the old system. They're part of the winter. They're part of the expansion. See, this world, in other words, where Quran said this world's life. So there's no push from the hereafter. I mean, how many ways do they have to say this? They're part of that, the winter. It says, why would you say, for them is no portion hereafter? Well, that means they're destroyed. Why? Because God said we're going to destroy them? No. See, it says, like, talks like that's where the Quran talks, but the point is they destroy themselves. The wind destroys itself. Well, I guess you could say the spring did it, but the bottom line is that their nature is what destroyed them because they couldn't adapt to the spring. So put that away. And so you see these people out here, right? We know the demons and devils can't, but you got a lot of Levites know they can't either. They hold on to this. Okay? And they can't see, You know, they got used to the cold. They got transformed. See? Now they around making snowballs and snowmen and all that, you know. And they're transformed. And so they could be going too. And they were going, and that's where we are right now. Because they're melting. You see, America is in trouble. Their own people saying it. And I say, always guys look at the reaction. What's the reaction? It's not America saying, okay, we'll give things, we'll get this away, we'll do this. No, I got to get this. We got to get this back. We got to take control. If you say you got to take control, that means you don't have control of it. We got to take control of Greenland. We got to take control of... Okay. We're trying to maintain the winter. Why do you want to control? Because we'll maintain this so-called American dream. And what's at the root of it? Okay? I mean, if you say, well, the winter, right? Well, but the point is, that's what's happening. So fear. See? Our people are, they're going to be hit with this shock that's coming. But fear is being removed from them. When they come and see the great army, fearless. So they can volunteer when that time comes. But fear will be in them because, in the devils and the demons, because they have lost control. And what does that mean when they lose control? They're losing control, but when they lost it, they lost the control, the ability to protect themselves. See? Because, okay, they got shades. It's spring coming, we put shades up, right? We got umbrellas, we got ice makers and fans and all that kind of stuff, right? Because we fight in the spring. We try fighting it, keep things from melting. Let's get some fans, man. Let's get some stuff to block the sun. Because you fight. That's what you're doing. You're fighting it. And then what happens? All that stuff disappears, and you're exposed to the hot sun. Full hot sun. That's over the horizon. Full hot sun, man. And stuff just start melting just before your eyes. Stuff that you thought was impregnable just start melting. What happens then? Then, you know, you lost. All your protections are gone. No shades, no umbrellas, no fans, no electricity fan, nothing. It's just exposed to the hot sun, full. And that's about what happened. That's another way of looking at it here. Because what they're going to see over there in a minute is going to tell them that all the stuff they was doing to prevent this is gone. And I'm going to talk, like I'm going to probably have 2 more days of responses because I'm not going to do all this today. Let's see. Fear. See? The fear they've been putting us for 500 years is now going to be pushed back on them. And remember, our fear was complete. It was stressed out over 40 years. Better obey master, you whoop your ass. Better do what master tells you. He raping you, better not fight back. See? Remember that, it's stored up. Because their fear is going to be based on acknowledgement, conscious acknowledgement that all they did to us is coming back on them in 1 year. That means all the fear they put on us was stretched out. See, like I said, you understand pressure. Pressure is just force spread out. I give you an example. I said, if you take a broom that's made out of solid steel, a broomstick, Now, solid steel, and it weighs 1,000 pounds. And you stick it on top of the floor upright, it's going to punch a hole through that floor because there's no point in that floor can handle 1,000 points. 1,000 pounds, 1 point? No. But if you take it and lay it down, then you spread it out. So now each point has to maybe handle maybe 100 pounds, 20 pounds, because you spread out. It's still 1,000 pounds, but it's spread over the points, right? So the thing is that our fear was spread out over 400 years. But the fear they put in us is come back to them, it's going to be spread in 1 year. God damn, what kind of, ooh. And all that, that's when that damn brace is going to be monstrous. That's consequence. You understand, brothers and sisters? Okay? Fear's going to hit you. It's not like you're going to experience, some of you are going to experience some fear because you're going to panic because you're not expecting this. Because you're not paying attention or you're being blocked. And that's what it says. Men's hearts failing them for fear. Right? Because powers of heaven, powers are shaken. Whose powers? Their powers in the Middle East is shaken. So why the Middle East? Because see, that's the focus of their power right now. Because the Middle East is all about you, brothers and sisters. I keep telling you that. Because the cornerstone of this pressure they're putting on us, this reality, the cornerstone is winter, right? Like you have a freezer, right? Ice refrigerator, where you got one part with ice box where all, and the rest of it is cold, but it's not. So the freezer part, that's false Israel. That's false Israel. Okay? And false Israel is what kept you in the freezer. Kept your mind frozen. All of a sudden, I pull a plug, and the freezer starts to melting, defrosting. That's all about you. It's all about you. I'm a sidetrack a little bit here, brothers and sisters. I want to point out a couple of things, brothers and sisters. See, he goes, this guy, he was on to me. Oh man, America got enlightened and they figured slavery was wrong. No. That's all bullshit. That's their version. The bottom line is, they took this from it has a thing called indentured servants. These were Europeans they brought over here, and they were going to have them doing the farming, all that kind of stuff. You see? But they weren't good at it. They weren't that strong, weak. Remember, they were diseased and everything else. And they weren't good workers. They weren't good workers over in Europe. That's why Europe was falling apart. They was weak, right, and not unreliable workers. And then they looked over there and saw us, and they saw we were strong. Because why would they want? See, how can they go and take people out of China and enslave them? They could have went and took people out of China. Right in there. No, they took us because we was the strongest. You go buy a mule, you want the strongest mule you can buy. That's the bottom line of it. There's other stuff too about, but that's why, because we were strong, the strongest. Because they need somebody to work those fields and stuff. And they had their own people, because they was oppressing their people. They called them serfs and things like that. They're peons when they was in Europe. But they found they wasn't good workers. They knew you were. Okay? You just look at you, it was healthy, strong. That's one of the motivations of this so-called slave trade. One of the motivations. There's other things too, right? That's one of the motivations. I'm just trying to, I'm not going into all the details. It's like I said, it's deeper than that. I'm just giving a high level, right? So, And the reason I'm saying, because I want to make a short pattern here. Okay, so that's why they had you there. Okay, when the Industrial Revolution came in, right? Okay. Because again, you was chosen because you was physically you was stronger than anybody else. They tried American Indians. They couldn't get them to work either. They enslaved them. See, people don't tell you they enslaved them first. Well, they had their own people. Indentured slaves, indentured slave they call them. No, indentured workers I think they call them. Not indentured slaves. I think it was indentured servants. I think that was the proper name. So you can look it up, but it was indentured, I believe, servants. They call them nice, couldn't call them slaves, right? That didn't work. They tried the so-called natives. That didn't work. Then they came after you, because you're the strongest. And you can protect yourself. That's another reason. Well, you was betrayed. See, they couldn't just take you right off, because they knew about the Moors. And the Moors were powerful people. They was Muslim. They controlled Spain and lots of parts of Italy for hundreds of years. So they didn't just take you. They didn't come out there and pull you out, because the first ones they took over was from Morocco, Northwest Africa, and they was Muslim. Like Muhammad talked, he didn't say Moors, but he said they were Muslim. The first one they got. And Spain was the first one to do it because Spain was trying to get retaliation. That's where Negro came from. I'm getting too deep in this, brothers and sisters. They controlled Spain. They were defeated the Moors. That's where Morocco comes from. They was from Northwest Africa. They was Muslim, and they was powerful. Original. They weren't Arabs. They were Shabazz. Called Northwest Africa, right? Came out of Northwest Africa, and they controlled Spain and large parts of Italy. That's why they dark and everything else over there, dark hair and everything else. For hundreds of years, I think somewhere near 500, 600, 700 years, whatever. Right? So they knew how strong they were. But it was betrayed. Because who got their land now? The Arabs are living there now. Algeria, Morocco, so forth. See? Betrayed by brothers, and also betrayed by Esau. Because those were African kings, right? They attacked our tribes, and then in war, they start a war, and then once they captured, they sell them, give them to the devils. And the Arabs did had different methods, but they're the same thing. They took the land. Esau didn't care about land; he just wanted to get rid of us. Ishmael wanted the land. See, this history, they don't want to tell you about this. So that's what happened. See? So they said, we got them. And like I said, and that Spanish was the one that led it, because they the first ones to do it. Because the word for black in Spanish is Negro. Right? So Moor is, I believe, tell me Moor is also named for, a Spanish name for black. But then they started calling you Negro. And the British took it to the next level called nigger. Right? Calling you Negro. Because that was meant the blacks. That's what they called you. Because they was taking revenge, because they were defeated in 1492, same day year that Columbus supposed to. Remember, how did Columbus come? He came out of Spain. It was Spanish that came here, that he led here. See, so Spain was the focal point. And so Spain was the focal point. So, and they said, okay, remember Spain, if you look at the map, Spain is, and Morocco, they right off, both of them on the Atlantic Ocean. And so it's just go right across, like going almost from America to Canada. And so they invaded in there and started taking the people. And remember, because they said Muhammad, Columbus was half original. You see? So it's a lot in there. But they took them over, right? Because they knew how strong they were, how good workers they were. They knew about farming. That's always by Joseph. Because they taught them. And Spain knew Spain was a golden age because of them. And they started, so Inquisition, they don't tell about what Inquisition was supposed to get rid of heretics. No. The Inquisition was because the Islamic experience, influence was so great, they were Sunnis, was so great in Spain that the Pope said, no, we got to get that out of here. That's what that was all about. To purge anybody that had anything, even thinking Islam. See, they tell, oh, it was the heretics. No, they get rid of Islamic influence. Let me move on. I'm getting too detailed here. So understand that. So then comes the Industrial Revolution. That Industrial Revolution comes, that was inspired by us. You understand? That was inspired by us. So the Industrial Revolution comes on, and so what happened is that the same reason why the fields, they didn't work well in the fields, the so-called natives and the indentured servants and so forth, they couldn't work that well in the factories either. They couldn't work that well in the factories either. And so what Master would do is he would take his slaves and say, okay, take to the factory, work management and everything, say, okay, use them. Not only were they better workers, but the point is they couldn't, they had no say-so because they were slaves, right? And so they was better workers. So they was hiring them, and the devils couldn't remember this word, that's revolution now, right? So they didn't want to work in the fields, they wanted their jobs. And you was getting them because you was a better worker than them. And even the people that own the factories rather have you, aside from the fact that you was a slave, you couldn't talk back or nothing because you was a better worker. You worked 10 times more better than they did. That's why it says we got let's just deal wisely with them because they're more than us, they're stronger than us. See, you got to pay attention to these things. So, and that's what happened. So, and they kept saying, hey man, why am I gonna hire you, man? I got this nigga over here, man. He work hard, man. You work, right? And I ain't got to pay him that much. It wasn't so much about the pay. And so they got mad. That was the North, got mad. So that's why they went to war, to stop the slave master from bringing you into those factories. They used to call them plants back then. Short of plantation. That's why I did it. That's why I went to war. Because as soon as war was over, you didn't get 40 acres of mules, you got none of that. And every town that you built up after that, they burned down. They didn't want you to have any, because you was better than them. But now you was independent, it was controlling you. So the master wasn't putting you in those factories, but they were still hiring you because you was a better worker. And so that's why they went to war. And so after war, they started trade guilds, apprenticeships, unions, everything else to keep you out of those jobs. Had you out there on chain gangs and started building prisons and everything else. And they started police force. They didn't have a police force before then. See, police force is just an extension of slave patrols. They don't tell you that. See? And you the one brought the Industrial Revolution in because it benefited you because you wasn't in the field anymore. So now they wouldn't let you have those jobs. So you had to do something. So say you was criminals, you couldn't work. They wouldn't let you work in those jobs. So they get you manual jobs. They go, you're a porter, you work on work construction or whatever. Right? After they couldn't find about, whatever the devils didn't want. That's to get through to you. That's the same thing that's going on right now. That's industrial age. Right? Okay. And then come the AI age. And I explained to you before about this program they had, because I went to the program, it's not conjecture. They did a demographics, found who, next age, right? That's the AI age, the computer age. Right? They did a demographic, found who was best suited to do that, and they found that blacks were, and said, oh, can't be, yeah, that's right, exactly. And so Carter started the program. I went to the program, right? And IBM provided the equipment and the instructors. Urban League provided the infrastructure, right? The office place and the school, all that kind of stuff, right? And the the industry said they agreed, that they hire the top 10% of that class. And I came out number one to make sure. This was after Elijah Muhammad this departed. Okay, you was best suited. Again, ooh, can't have that. Huh? Well, let me back up industrial. Well, remember, then they sent all the industrial jobs overseas to China. They didn't want you to have them because you was best at it. The ones after all the devils took all they could, because you was pretty much controlling Detroit. That's where Motown and everything came. Because there was so many jobs, right? The devils couldn't get all of them, so you had to control those. You was the best at it. So they sent a job overseas to keep you from having it, because they didn't want you to advance. So jobs overseas, China made China a powerhouse. Because you're the best at it. They don't want you to know that. See? They make it. They didn't even tell you. They didn't want you to know that you was the best physical and everything. That's why they had put slave. Because they said you was lazy. He used slavery. They let them niggas lazy. You see what I'm saying? They tell you backwards. So you went from the agricultural to industrial. They said all your jobs over there. Make sure you don't have them. Then come the AI and so forth. They found you the best. And then they shut that program down so fast. Reagan came in, and now they bring the Indians over. See, they couldn't send those jobs overseas, so they bring them here. But the other manufacturing jobs in China, and they got you in jails again on drugs and everything else. Then what you using this because you're the best at it, and you brought that in also. I'm trying to get you to see what's happening. So Civil War wasn't about because hey they got tired of having slaves. No. Because you was the best. At each one of these turns, you're the best. Each turn, you're the best at it. But that means you overpower them. And that means they lose control over you. Remember, I told you lose control over you. And that they fear, they're afraid because they don't want you to get control over them. So they send their jobs to Indians. They send to China. That's what's going on, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. That's the truth. That's the fact of it. Let me move on. Oh, yeah. Brothers and sisters, let's check something here. Hold on a second, brothers and sisters. Something came up. Just a second. A couple of seconds. So the bottom line, brothers and sisters, oops. bottom line, brothers and sisters, their whole objective here is to maintain control over you, right? And they lose control, and they find all kinds of ways to right, to fight against their loss of control of you. Because the less control they have of you, the more control you have of them. See, power doesn't rest, right? Control, everything is control. So if it doesn't control itself, it's controlled by somebody else. So you got a battle here between control, between us and them. They had us under total control a couple hundred years ago, 400 years. But now we're gaining control, and that means they have less. As we gain control of ourselves, it means we make more control of them because they lose control over us. You understand what I'm saying? As we get control of ourselves, that means we also get control over them because they have less control over us. That means putting fear in them. So they try to find ways to make the offset that fear and try to maintain or gain or regain control. That's what Trump's all about. Make America great again means get control of us again. But they can't do it. Hope you understand that. It's a battle between control. It's mine, but it's battle control. Whose mind is going to prevail? Battle control. They lose control over us. That means that puts fear in them. See? So that gets back to false Israel. And that thing is that when Elijah came, right, when he declared who we were, that was beginning, setting us up for, because remember, he said he prepared a way for the message of the covenant. So I said, you have to get your mind. And they said, oh, wait, hold on, no, they get control of that. They control their mind. That means they have control of our mind. Because right now, we're saying we're the special people. We're the holy people. We're the chosen people. But if they find they are, then that means we're not. Both of us can't be. And if we're not, that means we must be devils, we must be wicked. Yeah, you understand the bottom line here, Brown says, I'm going to keep it simple, I'm going to let it go. So therefore, they had to put falsehood up. They say, see, no, it's them. I'm trying to show you the motivation. See? And so that's how they got to keep main control of your mind. Because saying, hey, as long as they keep you believing that, right, that means they have control of your mind, but they lose. It's harder and harder because that's why what you see right now is they spend them. It takes energy to maintain. It takes energy to get control and maintain control. They trying to maintain control. They lose control, and it's harder and harder. Right? It's more difficult all the time because they lose control. It's harder and harder to control us. More difficult. It takes much more and more energy. And where they spend the energy at? That show you what the reason why the cornerstone of why they're doing it is false Israel. Because that's why they spend all that money, energy over there to maintain that. You understand this stuff, brother and sister? So all that energy, why? He said, why do they do it? Because that's the means of keeping us under control mentally. And it's getting harder and harder, it's more difficult. Now they're about to go to war. That's what's driving that. That's what's driving it. They're about to go to war. Because they lose control over there. That's their powers haven't been shaken. Because they have to control that. It's about the means they use to control our minds. Control the Middle East, right? To keep false Israel in the sign up there, that's them. As long as they maintain that, then that must be the real McCoy, so to speak. And it's hard to maintain that lie. It's more difficult. See? You understand? Then you got Iran over there, right? Then that's the target because they're the biggest threat to that lie. You understand what's going on? They can't tell you that because nothing else makes any sense. Why? Why are they going? And they hate each other. But so far they working each other's why? Then you understand what's going on, and they're getting weaker and weaker and weaker because America's been into bankruptcy. They ain't bankrupt. They bankrupt. They have actually would apply bankruptcy. But they bankrupt now. They with $32 trillion in debt. They can't pay that off. All these they spent all that money, all that, and they got all those bases and everything. They surrounded them. That's why I say Jerusalem armies. So they keep your mind in check. Keep your mind under control. That's why when false Israel goes down, all this thing happens suddenly. It's like when you push a balloon down under the water. As soon as that push comes out immediately. Because that's what's, and they got you believing that. And so therefore, when Master Muhammad takes out false Israel, everything changed immediately. Because that was the force that holding that balloon down, hold your mind. Because all of a sudden you realize you are. And now, they lost control. Because that was their control. Right? It was like this, like a steering wheel, and your car had a steering wheel, that's control. That was their control. And it's destroyed. So that means they have no control of your mind anymore. Right? So, force reacts to force. Every reaction has the opposite reaction. So once it, all of a sudden, that's why you come together immediately. That's why they doing everything they can. It's harder and harder. Right? They said, well, they're trying atomic bombs over there now in Iran. They're talking atomic bomb. They're desperate. They're desperate. Okay? They're trying to maintain control. And they're losing it. Hope you understand that, Brown said, losing it. That's what's going on. And like Farrakhan, when he goes down, same time he's losing control. You don't have control of yourself anymore. Right? He's shitting and pissing in a bag, and somebody got to help him with that. See, they lose control over this so-called Farrakhan's Nation of Islam. In America, they're losing control here politically. You understand? Control, control, control. It's all about control. It's power. They're losing power. That's why it says power be shaken. And so when false Israel goes down, that and something else they're going to see. But that in itself right there is going to cause hearts failing for fear. Because when the fear comes, when you lose control, and they lost all control. Because now you see black folks coming together fast. All of a sudden they be rigged, and they can't control them anymore. Niggas, hey, get out of here, devil. You can't. Because see, this guy's been preaching all the world. I mean, soon I got control of the situation now. And they're responding and said they come in groves. And that was their greatest fear. They said that the war would break out, and then we would join with the enemy and then leave for the land. So that's their, that fear is going to be a shock. Shock. In addition to something else they're going to see over there. Okay? Because false Israel going down is one thing, the military destroyed over there, that's another thing. But the primary thing right there to get our mind back is not that they get kicked out. Because when they get kicked out, they attack us. So everybody's going to attack us at that time. Because everybody is part of the winner. And they want they want to maintain this. Everybody's part of the winner. Well, I'm going to attack us. Now, as soon as they ain't part of the winner, but they got our land. They're dragging, they're going to attack us. That's why you see NOI on the waters. That means they not in the ark. Now, did you pick up on that one or not? I don't know. Some things I say, much 1 + 1, I get 11. Because they still, that's the tribulation. During tribulation, they've been attacked by the Sunnis. Understand, brothers and sisters, it's about control. They lose control. That's where that fear comes in at. And that fear is increasing, because they're losing control. In front of Trump promised that I'm going to gain control. We're going to get America great again. He can't do it. He's telling everybody, nobody's listening. He told Iran, said, go F yourself. They're losing control, so fear is coming. So what happens? They're losing. What happens? They lost it. They lost control. Uh-oh. That's what happened. Shaking. They lost control of the Middle East. That means they lose control of everything. So then they know, okay, I can't hold the wind. Now here comes the storm. As we see, the storm is coming. Can't hold that storm back anymore. Can't hold that consequence back anymore. Master Muhammad just broke the dam. And so he said, soar within, soar without. Now all that consequence, they've been spread all over the world, it's coming here on them. And then plus, we're the consequence of internally right here. And then all this diversity, talking about, oh, we got diversity. No, had diversity. What do you think all these Indians got millions up here? What do you think they're going to do in India? Have you noticed? India, have you noticed? India and China's making nicey now. Everything I'm saying is coming to pass. They say, oh, India and China, they'll be together. No, India and China's making nicey now. So this, so without. Got Africans here. Millions of them. What's they gonna do? Because Africa's gonna be with the goat when it shows up. Total chaos here, like you can't imagine. Total chaos. I'm gonna let it go, brothers and sisters. I went a little more than I expected to, so I just move on to other stuff tomorrow. But this is their savior. He's telling me he's going to regain control. He cannot. See? So now he's threatening people. Well, that's happening when you can't control. You start threatening them. See what I'm saying? You got to understand, read these things. He's threatening. I might drop atomic bomb on your ass. That means you're really desperate. I'm going to take Greenland by force. Why you got to take it by force? If you have control, you have to take it by force. Because you're losing control. So now you're desperate, so now you're using violence. So you move up to violence, that means the violence is coming back at you. Every action, opposite equal reaction. So America is writing its obituary. And so as far as Israel, they're writing their obituary. What they're doing right now is coming back down. All these sanctions, America will be totally sanctioned in a minute. That war starts, everybody goes, and notice how America's turning everybody against it. Everybody's turning Europe against them, Canada against them, Mexico against them, and everybody. Is that a coincidence? They write their obituary. They're desperate, so they try to take it from people. I'm gonna take them, take the desperate. So they turn everybody into enemies. That means they lose control of them. So America's lost control of everybody. He lost control of all their friends. Desperate. So now we're going to drop an atomic bomb to get you back under control. Can you learn how to read this stuff, brothers and sisters? I'm trying to show you how to read it. It's a matter of time now, a few days. It has no power because they lost control. You see, they lose control. If they had power, they would be gaining control or maintaining control. They're not even maintaining control. They're losing control everywhere. Losing friends, money, resources, militarily. Nothing's working. Nothing's working. So I've destroyed the wisdom of the wise. Nothing's working. I've destroyed the wisdom of the wise. Nothing is working. They lose control of everything. That means they're totally desperate. In great fear. And when you're desperate, great fear, that means you strike out with wherever you got. atomic bombs, whatever you got, you're gonna strike out with it. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's what's happening here. Hope you understand it. I'm gonna let it go there. See, I'm bringing fire. That's true. I'm bringing fire. I'm gonna let it go there, brothers and sisters. This here? Oh, watch what happens to so-called entourage, what do you call it, entourage over there in a few more days. Oh boy, they're gonna be in such fear. See, because they're part of the winter. Brother, I was with, no, it ain't gonna be forgiveness. I'm not coming to forgiveness, brothers and sisters. First of all, I don't have to give forgiveness to my people because they already paid, right? They did their job, especially sisters, right? So but those that fight against this message in any way, try to make a fool out of me, right? Take me to be a fool and resist and everything else, they're going to be crushed mercilessly, slowly crushed. See? Make sure they feel the pain. Close out, brothers and sisters. Depends on the lens you're looking at. I see this. This is what they want you to see. Come on, brothers and sisters. What's going on here? Okay, I'm going to close out, but I don't know why. Oh, there I go. Okay. I'm going to let this play out, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.
Hello, my name is Vijay Prashad. On behalf of the Progressive International, welcome to our program. Today is the 60th anniversary of the assassination of Patrice Lumumba. We're going to have about an hour and 15-minute conversation about that monumental event on this show, The Internationalist. Welcome to The Internationalist. Patrice Lumumba, our tallest tree, was cut down mercilessly 60 years ago today by Belgian intelligence services and their Congolese allies. He was assassinated alongside his comrades Joseph Okoto and Maurice Mopolo. "You're going to kill us, aren't you?" were Lumumba's reported last words to his killers. They would subsequently carve up and dissolve his body in sulfuric acid. Only his teeth remained, which till now have not been given to his family. Belgium ruled the Congo as part of a nexus of imperialist countries and mining corporations. They never planned to allow Congo independence. A British diplomat said that a mining company official had told him that they would never permit a central native body from being in charge of Congo's riches. Lumumba went to the UN, the United Nations in New York in 1959, where he told a reporter, "As far as I know, they are Congolese resources, not Belgian. The Congolese people will do with them as they see fit." That was Lumumba in 1959. The Congolese people, he said, will do with them resources including copper, uranium, and now, of course, coltan, and a range of other resources. He says the Congolese people will do with them as they see fit. He was killed. Lumumba was killed for this approach to human society. The Belgians got to Lumumba first, but the CIA was right behind them. And the United Nations, under Dag Hammarskjöld, betrayed Lumumba. Today, 60 years ago, this man was killed. The impact on the African continent and on the world continues to be felt. We are gathered today to talk about not only the assassination of Patrice Lumumba and his comrades 60 years ago, but about his legacy and about the impact of that assassination. This event is co-sponsored by a series of different organizations. We're very proud to have this affiliation with each of them, from Africans Rising to Pan-Africanism Today, Tricontinental, Pan-Africa TV, and so on. All the names of the partners were on your screen a second ago. We're going to have 6 people reflect on Lumumba's legacy, on Lumumba, and what he means for us today. Each of the 6 will first make a 5-minute intervention, one by one. Then they will return to make another series of interventions. I shall introduce them just before they speak. And at the end, of course, I'll close with some remarks. First, we're going to be joined by Kambale Musavuli of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He's with the Center for Research on the Democratic Republic of the Congo and with Pan-Africa TV in Ghana. Kambale, it's great to have you with us.
Thank you, Vijay.
Go ahead.
As you shared, 60 years ago, Patrice Lumumba was assassinated. Even though he's been assassinated, his ideas are still well alive. Congolese today know the reason why he was killed. He was killed because he wanted the resources of the Congo to benefit the Congolese people. But that idea was not an idea that came out of a silo. It's part of a process of Africans wanting to determine their affairs, which started from the 5th Pan-African Congress that took place in Manchester. In 1945, a group of young Africans from all around the world came to Manchester to decide the future of the African continent, and were clear that there will not be a new Africa unless it's a socialist Africa, unless it's a Pan-African Africa, where Africans are deciding for their future, how they will produce, and how they will share the proceeds of their production with the masses. 15 years process from 1945 to 1960 saw the birth of movements in the Congo, where Patrice Lumumba, Gaston Diomi, and Joseph Ngalula participated in a national movement that took them to Ghana in 1958 at the All African People's Conference. When they arrived in Accra in 1958, meeting other young Africans and internationalists who were in Accra at the time, they understood the urgency of liberating the Congo, a country the size of Western Europe, bordered by 9 African countries, with the wealth that can transform the entire African continent. They had a mandate: go back to the Congo and make sure that we have independence now. As they did so, they didn't do it alone. So as we speak about the assassination of Lumumba and also the independence of the Congo, which took a year before his assassination, on June 30th, 1960, that's when Congo became independent. We should always remember that Congo will not be independent today if it wasn't with the support of Africans. We had Chadians, you had Cameroonians, you had Ghanaians, you even had a Central African woman by the name of André Blois, who actually wrote Patrice Lumumba's speech, the Independence Day speech, where he reminded in the first sentence that all fighters for independence, militants for independence, united today, I salute you, reminding the people of the importance of coming together for a common cause. The CIA, Belgium, and a few Congolese sycophants felt that there was no way a young 35-year-old Congolese should rule or control the Congo for the benefit of the masses. In Cahoot, they made sure that he was toppled. They made sure that he was killed in a very brutal manner. And up until today, as we speak, Patrice Lumumba's remains are still not in the Congo. I will end by saying the last element around his remains coming back in this year in 2021. Patrice Lumumba was killed 60 years ago. They've told us that we participated in the assassination of Patrice Lumumba. Yet today, as his remains come back from to the Congo, his remains were not found in the Congo. His remains were in Belgium. Even though they had put his body in acid and kept a tooth as a trophy in Belgium, Patrice Lumumba today lives through our culture, our music, our history. Even when they lie about the story of Lumumba, who that young man was and how he wanted a free and liberated Congo, young Congolese today are standing up. As we are doing this event at the moment, today, right at this minute, thousands of Congolese are in front of the Lumumba statue, celebrating, commemorating Patrice Lumumba, knowing that the fight that he asked us to do in his last letter to his wife is not finished. He said that he rests assured that the generation of the future, the Congolese of today, will not stop until there is no more neo-colonial agents in the Congo. And that's the fight the Congolese youth is taking till today. And we know for sure that we will be victorious in this struggle, definitely calling on all people around the world to join the Congolese, as Lumumba called, so that his ideas, his vision for a free liberated Congo comes in our lifetime.
Long live Patrice Lumumba. Well said, Kambale. We're going to now be joined by Marie-Claire Ferré, also of the DRC, one of the most important global voices for women's emancipation. She's with the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom and Common Cause. Marie-Claire, welcome to The Internationalist.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this conversation. I am very honored to be sharing this platform with other panelists and the audience who are following us online. As you stated it earlier, Patrice Lumumba was a tree that was cut. However, what those who cut that tree didn't know is that Patrice Lumumba bear seeds, and those seeds will always grow more trees. So Lumumba lives through this Pan-African ideology described by Kambale and practiced by many in Africa and worldwide in their everyday lives. Being myself a living proof of the continued legacy of Lumumba, I would like to share with you some specific insight regarding the last letter that Lumumba wrote to his wife, Pauline Opango, looking at it as a message left to Congolese women and to African women in general. Actually, as we are here, I'm recalling my first meeting with Kambale nearly 15 years ago. I can clearly see us in a New York office of Wolf, and I am reciting the words from Lumumba's legacy and ideology from that letter that he wrote to his wife. Although this ideology transpired in many of Lumumba's writing and speeches, as well as testimony given about him by those who met him, those who knew him, as well as those who share his journey in life, and those who research and written about him, this ideology is very clearly stated in that last letter that he left to his wife. And I remember when I read that letter, the first time I read that letter in the 80s, I was only 15 years old. I cried, not only because of sadness for the injustice and the brutal death of Lumumba, but the realization of his sacrifice and the awareness of his word, this recommendation, which were a call to my own conscientiousness as a human being at such a young age. This letter has been part of my life and has cemented my conscientiousness to research, to reflect and act on the Pan-African ideology of Ubuntu and my responsibility toward the DRC, Africa, and the world. Furthermore, and most importantly, in the 1999-2001, when reports of gender-based violence and femicide started to surface as being perpetrated in the DRC as a tool of humiliation and dehumanization of Congolese, and also a tool of war to displace population from illegal access to natural resources for exploitation. Being a survivor myself, I started deeply analyzing the letter written by Patrice Lumumba to his wife Pauline as a letter that was specifically written to me and to all those Congolese and African women, because Patrice Lumumba directly wrote to us as educators and pillars of our tradition, of our community, and keepers of our value, which have been the responsibility to transmit to our children. There is a say in French, I will say it in French, éduquer une fille, c'est éduquer une nation, mais détruire une femme, c'est la destruction d'une nation ainsi que de sa descendance. This means educating a girl is to educate a nation, but to destroy a woman is to destroy that nation and the descendant of that nation, because a woman is a foundation of all society, and indeed, the destruction of women is the destruction of that society. In our tradition, when we see a child who asks, who is her mother, who has educated her mother, who has educated that child? In Lumumba's writing and speech, there's a clear passion and commitment to decolonize the Congo, as well as decolonize the mind of his fellow citizens, women and men alike. In his essay, Le Congo, terre d'avenir, est-il menacé? The Congo, land of future, is it threatened? Lumumba clearly mentioned the de-objectification of women and the restoration of the status of Congolese women in the society. And Lumumba clearly states in his letter, when you civilize, meaning when you educate a man, you only educate an individual. But when you educate and civilize a woman, you are doing this to a whole, to an entire nation. And this was written clearly and stated by Lumumba. There are also available information about Lumumba professional working relation, as we say, with women such as André Blouen and such as Léonie Abo. And later on, the legacy that was continued by women like Thérèse Pakassa, who carried that legacy during the Mobutu dictatorship. She was the only woman who stood up against Mobutu at that time. And also, there are information about Lumumba's private relation with his own wife, who was actually a mobilizer. She was a mobilizer of women who were wives of politicians. And she was calling on them to have moral values and to have responsibility, social responsibility. So Lumumba's writing and speech, as well as his quotes, demonstrates Lumumba's awareness about gender relations, particularly his position on women. Looking at Patrice Lumumba's letter to his wife and their private relation, as reported by herself and written by others, I started analyzing wording and content, decoding each paragraph as a legacy written specifically to Congolese and African women. Because as female, we are genetically and physiologically programmed to carry and give life to both girls and boys, and to nurture, educate, and raise their consciousness into responsible and independent children. There are strong messages encoded in that letter. I see Lumumba ideology as that of Ubuntu, equity, solidarity between human and nation, the restoration of human dignity, decolonizing our history, our culture, autonomization, self-determination, and the sovereignty of our population for peace, for human security, for human development, as well as the development and the protection of our environment. So this Pan-African ideology is one that has cemented and preserved humanity throughout Africa and extended in the world. The legacy of Patrice Lumumba is one that is addressed to women to continue the legacy of decolonization of the Congo, as well as decolonization of the mind of our children.
That's lovely, Marie-Claire. That's just lovely. There can be no anti-colonialism or even a socialist movement without women's emancipation at the center, at the heart of it. We're going to move on now to Nanjala Nyabola of Kenya, an influential writer, author of the book Digital Democracy. She is also a council member of the Progressive International. Very lovely to have you and have you with us today at The Internationalist. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't have a great deal to say, and I wanted to start from the beginning that I'm not speaking from the position of anyone who has any specific expertise on Lumumba, but rather as a daughter of the continent, as someone who is passionate about social justice and about the region, and especially about Pan-Africanism as an ideal, as a political and a social ideal, because I think what Lumumba represents for a lot of us, Kambale mentioned, is there is, or I think actually it was Marie-Claire who mentioned, the tree that fell and sprouted seeds that continue to live on within our societies. And I think a lot of us, when we start to reach for an ideology of Pan-Africanism, Lumumba is definitely very high on the list of people who inspire us to start to think about what that Pan-Africanism could be and what it could represent. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the three things that stand out for me, I think, in the story, in the history of Patrice Lumumba and his untimely and violent assassination. Three of the previous speakers have already mentioned this, but I think it's one thing that really sends a chill down my spine every time I think about it, which is, number one, they kept his teeth. And you hear all these stories about how, in the colonial period, the framing, the racist framing of Africans as savage, as backwards, as whatever, but, they kept his teeth. And every time I think about that fact, it really underscores how morbid and cruel and violent colonization was, and that the resistance to decolonization was characterized. It wasn't like a willing secession. It wasn't like a willing, like, okay, well, we lost this. We're gonna walk away from this. But it was actually a very violent process, and it was something that happened at tremendous risk. But tied to that is this: if you look up, if you do just even a desk research and try to find out the details of exactly what happened in the hours leading up to Patrice Lumumba's death, you'll find that outlets that are facing Africa, outlets that are facing Europe, outlets that are facing North America actually provide slightly different details about what exactly happened. And we know that he was assassinated. We know that it was a painful death, and we know that he kept his teeth. But in some European outlets, they avoid directly reporting the fact that it was the Belgian government that oversaw the assassination of Lumumba. And so I keep tossing around these facts, the cruelty and the partial histories that are taught in various places. And I think, how can we build a shared understanding of what the objectives of decolonization are if we don't even agree about what colonization was? If European generations, if African generations are growing up and trying to reclaim this sense of Pan-Africanism and reclaim this sense of self from the violence and from the toxic waste that was colonization, but European generations are being told that it wasn't that bad. It was actually a process of civilization and all of that stuff. So how can we build a shared history of justice and restoration and healing if we can't even agree on the facts? That's one thing that definitely stood out for me. I think that colonization was one of the most destructive energies that has ever been unleashed on the world. And I think that the denial about what it actually did and actually continues to do is part of the harm that many societies in Africa are struggling to get past as they try to think and imagine what a positive future would look like. We can't always keep defining ourselves by the past, but at the same time, if we don't acknowledge that past and if we don't contend with that past, I think as a person who, I go to the Congo quite a bit, and I think it's one of the things that makes it difficult for us to articulate a positive vision within our politics, that we don't even get a chance to acknowledge the truth about what happened. I think tied into this is a question of accountability, and I wanted to really stop on the issue, on the point of Lumumba after Black Lives Matter. One of the energies that was unleashed after the Black Lives Matter movement around the world, because Black Lives Matter did end up being a global movement, was the taking down of all of these statues, and especially in Belgium, the statues of Leopold II. And it was interesting, the political conversation that emerged from that, because I think that, again, for a lot of European countries and a lot of Belgian newspapers and outlets, it was a sense of, well, why do we want to get rid of this history? Why do we want to hide this history when it was actually part of our glorious past? But in actual fact, every time people walk past the statues, people of African descent, people from other parts of the world, it's actually confronted with this incomplete chapter of history and an incomplete transition from the past. So it raises to me the question of, what does accountability for such violence look like? It's taken almost 50 years for the Lumumba family to get the teeth back from Belgium. And in fact, it was a court order that said, hand the teeth back. It hasn't actually happened. It's taken all of these years for records on colonization. In Kenya, our Mau Mau movement sued the British colonial government. Many of those colonial records were destroyed, the ones that actually showed the pattern of torture and the pattern of abuse. And it took a lawsuit and a court order to say, actually, this is a kind of violence that we would not tolerate in our society. Why should we have a framing of history that makes it acceptable in another society? So what does accountability for this violence look like? I think is something that we have to also think about as we're trying to raise this framework of accountability and healing. I think what Lumumba offers, or reflecting this idea of Lumumba Day and this idea of making a day of a moment of reflection, of bringing people across the continent together, is actually to think about, well, we know that colonization was violence, but what do we want? What do we actually want healing and reckoning to look like? And the final point I would make with that is the question of Pan-Africanism. What is the future of Pan-Africanism? Lumumba's vision of Pan-Africanism was a radical one. It was a radical one that was driven by the original sense of the word, at its roots, by grassroots. He is a person who came from a small community, stood up against not only internal hierarchies and the separatists and all of that energy within his country, but stood up right to the top echelons of power and spoke the truth to power and articulated the truth to power in such clear terms that he mobilized an entire country, as you heard from Kambale, the third largest country on the continent with the most international borders, with the size of Western Europe, to mobilize and continues to mobilize people today. That clarity of purpose, that clarity of mission, that clarity of drive doesn't really exist in the Pan-Africanist movement today, and for various factors. And there a lot of blame can be placed at the foot of capitalism. A lot of blame can be placed in the foot of people whose allegiances are more to their class than they are to, the people that they share a geography with, so that you have, what Wallerstein calls this core periphery, that people, middle class, many people in middle